Please welcome Dr. Telisa Aulia Valianti, Assistant to Presidential Special Staff Indonesia, and Mr. Edi Satria, Deputy Minister, Microenterprise, Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprise, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Telisa Aulia Valianti, Assistant to Presidential Special Staff Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this event will start at 8 a.m. Myanmar time, 8:30 a.m. Jakarta time, and 9:30 a.m. Malaysia time. Welcome to ITTP COVID-19 second webinar series titled Strengthening the Internationalization of Southeast Asian Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises in the 4.0 era. Kindly fill up your information for the event registration. The registration link is provided in the chat box. Please use the Zoom account format of institution name underscore title underscore first name. Please welcome Ms. Aditya Rizky Ayu Wulandari, Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please find the attached file of the Zoom background that you can use throughout this webinar event in the chat box. Please find the link for ASEAN MSME Policy Development Survey in the chat box. Kindly take your time to fill up the survey accordingly. Please be informed that the certificate of attendance will be provided to those who have registered their name and fill up the online survey. Here are some code of conduct that shall be followed by the webinar attendees. Only registered participants can participate in this workshop. Those who haven't registered need to do so by filling up your information in the registration link. Format name in Zoom is institution name underscore title underscore first name. For example, UTM underscore Miss underscore Aliyah. Participants are entitled to a certificate if the registration form is filled and the survey have been answered. Virtual certificate will be given to the entitled participant no later than 7 working days after the webinar is completed. Please use the background shared by the committee. Disable the microphone when the lecturers are delivering the materials. No official rest throughout the events. However, you may take your own rest time accordingly and no need to inform anyone. Questions can be asked in the chat menu in Zoom with the arrangement of speaker name and the question, even prior to the Q&A. Only selected questions can be asked during the live session. Unanswered question in the live Q&A will be answered on the Webinar 2 website. The material will be shared in the ITTP COVID-19 Webinar 2 website. All of the attendees are required to fill up the online survey provided. 27 leading universities in Southeast Asia have come together with the support from ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN University Network Secretariat, and Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, establishing a joined-up initiative to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic together, which is now known as ITTP COVID-19. It is a 3-year plan initiative that includes several international programs such as conferences, webinars, innovation competition, and joint research. This initiative aims to build a common platform for exchanging ideas and insights on the COVID-19 pandemic based on research and experiences, formulate policy recommendations, and identify relevant technologies to support COVID-19 response and recovery plan. One of the activities is a free webinar, and we have come to the second series titled Strengthening the Internationalization of Southeast Asian Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises in the 4.0 era. The objective of this webinar is to discuss strategy and method to strengthening internationalization of SMEs in Southeast Asia, discuss implementation plan of strategy and method, establish ASEAN Network Consortium to strengthen internationalization of MSMEs. As a quick overview, this webinar will be started with the Myanmar and ASEAN Anthem song, followed by a welcoming speech by today's host, Dr. Tintin Tway, Rector of Yangon University of Economics. After that, 4 prominent keynote speakers will be joining us for a presentation, starting with the Executive Director, Head of SMEs Development and Consumer Protection Department of Bank Indonesia, Ms. Yunita Rasmisari, Senior Economic Advisor, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Dr. Aladin Dirilo, Deputy Minister Micro Enterprise Ministry Cooperatives and Small and Medium Enterprises Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Edi Satria, Chief Executive Officer SME Corporation Malaysia, Mr. Rizal Naimi, who will be delivering their speech, and a Q&A session will be conducted followed by a photo session. The next session will start with Professor Dr. Ing Eko Supriyanto's presentation, followed by our webinar session featuring 8 speakers and issues and recommendations presented by 5 country representatives. After that, the survey will be closed and the result of the survey will be presented along with the implementation plan. We will dismiss the session with a quick wrap up by the MC and a photo session. Thank you everyone for joining us today. We hope that everyone will be able to reap the benefits from the fruitful presentations shared by all the keynote speakers and webinar speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Ing Eko Supriyanto, General Chairman of ITTP COVID-19. Please welcome Ms. Colin Rex, Global Trade Professional Alliance of Victorian Government, and Ms. Naparat Pirawatanakwol, Senior Program Officer of ASEAN University Network Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kiwi Aliwarga, Chief Executive Officer, UMG Myanmar, and President Commissioner of UMG Idea Lab.
Hello, good morning, Rasdan. Can we check the sound? Test.
Okay. Test 1 2.
Is it the sound strong enough or not?
For me, it's loud and clear. Hello.
Okay. Yes.
I think your voice is clear, bro.
Okay, my voice is clear.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So I think we need to check. Okay, sound for the speaker to ensure the sound is working well. Hello. Good morning, Dr. Win. Can you hear my sound?
Yeah, Dr. Good. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm wondering. Last night I changed my background and now the background at lost. It's
Okay.
yeah. I will try again. Yeah.
Okay. So from the committee, please share your background. Okay, in the chat.
Yeah, last night I already changed the background and then I'm trying again. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, Mr. Eddie.
Morning.
Is my voice okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Your voice. Okay. I think we need to check every voice. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Prita, how is your voice? I think it's too small. It was.
Hello, Prof.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Can you make it louder?
Yes, I'll set.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think it looks okay better. So, hello, Mr. Kiwi. Good morning.
Morning.
Nice to meet you again. I think
Nice
I
to
met
meet
you
you
last
again.
time, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And also, okay, please, change your name, become the institutions, and also your first name.
So, in this institution first or name first?
Institution first. Institution first, and then first name.
Okay.
Yeah. Rasan, I think the sound for the music is break, yeah.
No, it's No.
Breaking.
Oh, breaking.
Yeah, the music sound. Is it or not?
In my set is not breaking, bro. Just
okay.
I asked someone.
Yeah, no, it's better. Okay, who having the background can share the background in the chat, ya. Hasan, ya. Oh, Zahin.
Prof, actually we have three kind of background. What background that you want, Prof?
No, okay. Yeah, we need to have the background. Okay, the general background here. We need to share here so that everyone that not yet having and have problem, and then they can just download from here.
Okay, sure, Prof.
The general one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's young eye.
Yes, good. It's Dr. Win. Yeah, all right. Yes, it's all right.
Prof. Eko, good morning, Prof. Eko.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Telisa.
Yeah, whether my voice is clear?
It's very clear. It's very good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, fast done. How's the who manage the music?
I'm Prof.
But I don't know. Yeah. Okay, make louder a little bit.
Because when someone when someone is speak, I will read the song, Prof.
Okay. All right. Okay. Can you try the anthem? I'm worried the anthem is not so clear also. The ASEAN anthem first. Okay, yes. Okay, it's very clear. I think it was the source of the music. It's not so.
Good morning, Prof. Eko. Is my
Hello.
voice clear?
Yes, very clear. Okay, Dr. Nisful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Aladin Dirilo, Senior Economic Advisor, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia.
okay. Good morning, Dr. Aladin.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes. Okay.
Are we starting already?
Not yet. Just okay.
Not yet,
Still
okay,
another
okay.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Nululin, Professor and Head of Department, Yangon University of Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in 5 minutes. Please take your positions and be ready.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Tin. Can you hear me? I still cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Dr. Tin, I can hear you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Miss Yunita, yeah? Okay, hello.
Yes, I'm Sari from Bank Indonesia. Thank
Okay,
you.
Miss Jerry. Okay, welcome.
Hello, sir. Can you hear
Morning,
me?
Dr. Brian.
Good morning, Prof.
Good
Eko. Good
Yes.
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning,
Good morning,
Miss
everyone.
Colleen. Yes, good morning,
Hello.
Miss Colleen.
Can you hear me?
Please welcome Dr. Chey Chan-un, Chulalongkorn University.
Mr. Earn is from RUPP.
Yeah, I'm from RUPP. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Earn.
Hello.
Morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dr.
Okay,
Tin.
thank you so much. Good
Okay.
morning, everybody.
Good morning, Dr. Tin. Good morning, Dr. Eun.
Good morning.
You all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you all.
I'm Brian from the Executive Office of the President, Republic of Indonesia.
Very nice
and also the deputy of Prof. Eko for this
Conference.
For this conference, yeah. Because sometimes you're using the ITTP, but also the ANTP.
NTP, yes.
Very nice to meet you all. I'm Tintin Tree, Rector of
Yeah, no, it's clearer.
Yangon University
Louder.
of Economics.
Okay.
Very nice. Louder. Yeah. I'm Tintin Tree, Rector of Yangon University of Economics.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tin, for your attending today.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sometimes break little bit, yeah. Hello, MC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, magandang umaga, selamat pagi, sawadika, chumripswar, senchao. Welcome to ITTP COVID-19 second webinar titled Strengthening the Internationalization of Southeast Asian Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises in the 4.0 era. Please let me introduce myself. I am Prita Masalia, and I will be your MC for the day. On behalf of ITTP COVID-19, I would like to thank everyone here for making the time to attend this event. Once again, I would like to remind the guests to kindly use the display name format of institution abbreviation underscore title underscore first name. For those joining us in YouTube and Facebook Live, kindly register your name with the provided link. Thank you. Here's the rundown for today's event. We will begin this event with a hearing of Myanmar National Anthem and ASEAN Anthem, along with a speech from our host, Dr. Tintin Tue from Yangon University of Economics, followed by talks from four of our respected keynote speakers, Ms. Yunita Rasmisari, Mr. Aladin Dirilo, Mr. Edi Satria, and Mr. Rizal Naini, followed by a speech from our General Chairman, Professor Eko Suprianto. And then we are moving on to our very much awaited webinar sessions, which will be moderated by Dr. Raditya and Dr. Nisfo. To wrap up the webinar session, we will be hearing opinion and statements from our 5 ASEAN countries' representatives, along with a summary of the webinar from our moderators. After that, Dr. Othman and Dr. Telisa will be presenting the results from our online survey, along with the implementation plan of the MSME internationalization. Lastly, we are wrapping up the event with a photo session and some closing remarks. Audience, the event program will start with a hearing of Myanmar National Anthem, followed by the Anthem of ASEAN. All attendees are required to pay attention and show proper respect to the anthems. Now please welcome our host, Dr. Tintin Tue, Rector of Yangon University of Economics, to present the welcoming speech. Dr. Tintin Tue, the time is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you all Mangalava and very good morning. I'd like to extend my heartfelt greetings to you all to this vital event, the webinar on strengthening the internationalization of Southeast Asia micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs in 4.0 era. It is indeed my great honor and privilege for having this opportunity to speak on this special occasion. I'd like to thank the ITTP COVID-19 Secretariat for arranging to speak on this. I would like to thank the ITTP COVID-19 Secretariat for arranging to host this webinar on behalf of Yangon University of Economics. Today's webinar focuses on formulating methods and developing an implementation plan to strengthen the internationalization of MSMEs in Southeast Asia and establishing database of MSMEs in Southeast Asia. Promoting and sustaining economic growth is in the interest of every nation. As 2012 pointed out that MSMEs are in many countries recognized as the backbone of economic growth, contributing significantly to the GDP through job creation and income generation while alleviating poverty. Promoting the development of MSMEs, therefore, should be viewed by governments around the world as effective mechanism in achieving socio-economic development. Multiple countries around the world have already witnessed 3 industrial revolutions. Now, the 4th industrial revolution is already on its way, and the industrial environment has been changing radically due to the fusion of digitalization with traditional industrial process. Thus, the 4th industrial revolution can be recognized as transformation of traditional manufacturing and production systems and practices by introducing new smart technologies, including Internet of Things, cloud computing, cognitive computing, cyber-physical systems. Accordingly, it is a huge challenge for businesses in general and for SMEs in particular. The readiness of MSMEs adapted to Industry 4.0 practices and their organizational capability to meet this challenge exists only in part. The innovative and adaptive capabilities are imperative for MSMEs in this 4.0 era. Accordingly, under the progressive competitive pressure, we are eyewitnesses on how MSMEs are increasingly proactive in improving their business operations, which is a good starting point for introducing new concepts like Industry 4.0. In this context, MSMEs in Southeast Asia are in different stages of industrial development due to the asymmetric economies. However, developing countries in Southeast Asia, like Myanmar, have not even fully participated in the 3rd industrial revolution, meaning that many production lines still rely on significant share of manual labor and are not even partly automated. Hence, those countries have the potential to leapfrog semi-automated production lines and jump straight into the era of Industry 4.0. Moreover, since digital and smart technology brings connectivity, the development of value creation networks among MSMEs in Southeast Asian region can be the result of Industry 4.0. Thus, some developed countries in this region are transforming into digital economies. Through this, digitized information and knowledge can be diffused spontaneously and timely among MSMEs, bridging these MSMEs within the region. Digital transformation is about not only big data and digital platforms, but also those advanced technologies can be utilized to maximize opportunities for innovation, new business models and processes, and smart products and services. Further, the digital economy is allowing regional businesses to free flow of digitized information and knowledge, and to smooth trade facilitation within the region. Thus, it can certainly support the internationalization of MSMEs in this region. Thus, I believe that this webinar conference can be an invaluable platform to share our experience and knowledge in strengthening the internationalization of Southeast Asia MSMEs in 4.0 era. In conclusion, I'd like to say that as a result of this conference, we will be able to develop the ways and practices to strengthen the internationalization of MSMEs in Southeast Asia region. It will be of great achievement if the establishment of database of MSMEs become visible in Southeast Asia. In addition, we will be able to overcome the difficulties left by COVID-19 and could move forward a brighter future in our region. Therefore, on behalf of our country, Myanmar, I'd like to express my deep appreciation to all those who contributed to the success of this meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tue, for the speech. We are now moving on to the next agenda, which will be presentations by our four prominent keynote speakers, Ms. Yunita Rasmisari, Dr. Aladin Dirilo, Mr. Insinyur Edi Satria, and Mr. Rizal Naini, who will be delivering brief presentations centered around initiatives, strategy, and key elements in MSME strengthening and internationalization in ASEAN. A Q&A session will be conducted once all keynote speakers complete their speech, where one lucky question can be asked during the live session. And other attendees are also encouraged to post your questions in the chat box, and we will pass to the speaker for the answer. Following that, we will be having a photo session with our respected keynote speakers. It is now time to welcome our first keynote speaker, Ms. Yunita Rasmisari, the Executive Director, Head of SMEs Development and Consumer Protection Department at Bank Indonesia, with her speech on the role of the central bank to support MSMEs digitalization through digital payment system. Bu Sari, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Prita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone, and especially I would like to congratulate all the 27 leading universities in Southeast Asia, and also with the support of the ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN University Network Secretariat, and with the support also from the Executive Office of the President of the Republic Indonesia, Ibu Brian, other government agencies and industries, which already established the initiative to speedy recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic impact in the ASEAN countries. And especially, I would like to thank Dr. Tintin from the Yangon University as the host of this morning seminar. I would like to extend my greetings also to other speakers, especially Bapak Edi Satria. Bapak Edi Satria from the Minister of Micro Enterprises, Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises of Republic of Indonesia, and also Datu Eng Rizal from the Malaysia, and Dr. Aladin Rilo, and Dr. Eko Supriyanto. I would like to start my presentation with this. Well, actually, this is the outline of our my presentation. Consists of three big parts. May I have my presentation, please? Firstly, I would like to talk about the strategic role of SMEs and the importance of digitalization of Indonesia economy. Can I have my PowerPoint, please? PPT. Yes. Okay. Yovan, go on to the next slide. So we're talking about the importance of SMEs in Indonesia economy. As we all know that most of Indonesian enterprises consist of in form of the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And most of these as MSME are the micro and in form of the micro and small enterprises. Those enterprises mostly doing cash transaction, and they have quite limited access to finance. So their contribution to GDP is quite small, but they have a big portion in the contribution to employment, and even less in contribution to export. So how would we consider how to, hang on, sorry, to consider to enlarge the contribution, their contribution to GDP, we see the digital opportunity here. We are the biggest e-commerce in ASEAN. We also develop the digital payment and fintech. We have the demographic bonus, of which most of our people are in the young age. And also we develop the digital technology. But we consider that the SME have the potential. Outside the potency, we also see that they face the challenge. Only 13% of our SME has take advantage in the marketplace. And SME also have difficulties in money management. They tend to mix personal and money with the business money, and they don't have the proper record transaction, and they're still doing the financial transaction manually. And while on the other side, we see those big potentials, including in the demand side in the market, and the growth of the e-commerce, which is outgrowth of the growth of the other sector, including the transport and the food and travel. So how we address those challenges? In the next slide, we can see that our policy in developing the SME. Our main target. So maybe some of you considering why the central bank put so many effort to develop SME. This is because SME is the main actor of Indonesian economy, and our policy is to support the main policy of Bank Indonesia, which is the macro and monetary stability, financial system stability, and the payment system stability. So because we are the regulator for the payment system stability, and so we develop SME to support also the payment system stability. We're doing the SME policy in 3 pillars: corporatization, which is to encourage SME to form a legal base, and we provide capacity building, and also accelerate the access to finance. In implementing this policy, this is the map. Next slide, please. The map of Indonesian, our policy in SME development. So the focus of our SME is they are export-oriented SME and the tourism supporting SMEs. Why is it? Because we are considering the current account deficit, and to mitigate, to reduce the deficit, we have to push the sector that produce the foreign exchange. So also we support the manufacturing sector of SMEs, the subsistence groups, so they can scale up their economic of scale. And then we also put attention on the strategic food commodities SMEs to help our inflation targeting objective. So this is the map, and also all the policies are implemented to the digitalization of SMEs, and we push all this. Sorry, I'm quite distracted with this chat. And also the timer, the digitalization of SMEs, and this is the goal of our SMEs to be productive, innovative, and resilient. And then how we develop or we push our SME to get into the digital ecosystem. We have this special policy. So because we are the regulator in the payment system, we develop the digital payment system policy framework for SME. So we continue to strengthen to support SME, especially in the context of national economic recovery during this pandemic. both on the supply and demand side. So basically, we have these three pillars of our policy. First is to encourage the supply side, to encourage the SME transaction. So we produce the policy to have a 0% MDR, merchant discounted rate, for CRIS. We're talking about CRIS later. This is especially for micro business. So all the micro merchant, they enjoy 0% of the merchant discounted rate. And we also encourage the chip-based electronic money by regulating the MDR policy. For the regular is 0.5%, so very low, the discounted rate. And also we accelerate the electronification and onboarding of SME through the national movement. So our president has published the national movement of Indonesian product. And so we encourage our SME in those national movement to using the CRIS QR Indonesian standard under this 12 million merchant QR Indonesian standard movement. The second pillar, we encourage the consumption through non-cash payment. So we encourage the demand side. This demand side, so people, to encourage people to do the transaction with the RTGS, real-time gross settlement pricing policy, to reduce the cap cost to customers, and through clearing a pricing policy for the our national payment system, the credit card policy, and also distribution of non-cash social assistance fund. So our social assistance to help the lower income people from this pandemic impact, we distribute those social assistance through the bank. So no more cash assistance. And the third one, the most important one, is that we accelerate the payment system structural reform through the Bank Indonesia Blueprint for Payment System. So this blueprint consists of 5 pillars. One of the pillars is talking specially to the retail payment system that address especially for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. So those are the policies framework. But in implementation, we have also some special programs, special strategies to encourage the digitalization of SME. The first one is we are toward the SME 4.0. I think it is in line, as Dr. Tintin mentioned in the welcoming speech, that we cannot deny that the digitalization of SME is a must now. So we developed the generic model of SME digitalization from end to end, from the production, the e-production. We developed the e-producing in the farming, and also move forward to e-commerce in the trade, and the payment for the for the financing. We developed the e-financing and the payment, the digital payment. We developed the ecosystem for the digital payment, and the policy instrument specially designed by the central bank, among others are CAPIC, to provide, to accelerate the e-financing. And we also hand in hand with other ministries, with other government agencies, to establish the onboarding SME onboarding capacity building. And we are developing the QR Indonesian standard. And the second program we have, like what I mentioned here, the e-financing, we call it the CAPIC, Information System for the SME financial recording. So this is a platform designed for SME in preparing financial statements, so they can be used as the reference for financial institution if the SME need to apply for credit. So this is the application that to be installed in mobile phone or in could be in a desktop as well, and it's very easy. It's based on the accounting standard, but SME doesn't have to be an accounting expert. So they just put all the transactions to every day, and suddenly they will have this T account at the end of the month, which is according to the accounting standard, and could be submitted to the bank for the credit application. At the moment, almost 10,000 of our SME already installed the application. And then we talk also about the onboarding program. So this is basically the design for the onboarding program. This is we are hand in hand with this association of the e-commerce to provide this capacity building. Firstly, we identify the potential SME, and then we provide the trainings, and then we join them to the e-commerce, and then we also monitor to keep track of their sales and maybe other hurdles and in their onboarding experience. So far, we have this very useful experience with this onboarding system. And the last one, we're talking about the QR Indonesian standard. So this is the main, ultimate instrument we have. We are together with the association and industry. We issue this QR standard that fit for all payment, so both for the business owners and the consumer. So this is the standard for national payment. Basically, we just scan the QR code, and it could be integrated in the mobile banking or mobile payment application, and it's also connected to other sources of funds such as saving, debit card, electronic money, and credit card. And the beauty of it is also recorded all the transaction into those applications. So we could use as well, we could use all those recording as well to provide the credibility of the SME to the banks. These are the business model of the QRS. We have the merchant presented mode, the customer presented mode, and also we are developing the face-to-face, without face-to-face. So you just send the QR code through the WhatsApp or email, and we could scan it through our mobile, and voila, we have those payment settled. And also we develop the benefit of QRS for entrepreneurs and merchants, and we encourage all the micro and small entrepreneurs to use this QRS, we call it QRIS, because it's very suitable in this contactless era, in the pandemic era. Okay, the last one before closing our presentation, I would like to remind you all that the prerequisite for the transformation of digital transformation is SME is actually on the mentality readiness. From our program, we learned that digital transformation is more than just converting analog data to digital. And we found also the challenges for SME, the poor perception, skill, and strategy, the lack of resources and experience, and lack of understanding and trust in cybersecurity. So I think the mentality readiness is far more important. The challenges of SME are not limited only to the knowledge on the utilization of the digital financial technology, but more importantly, we found that the response and readiness of SME to new innovation, and also that it includes aspect of competence, character, mentality, and a sportive social and ecosystem. So to move forward, to make this digitalization of SME is successful, sorry, the previous slide. It is not enough only to provide knowledge on how to use email or join e-commerce, but the mentality and the understanding of the need for digital transformation. We have to develop them along with the using of the technology. And so I would like to close my presentation with the three takeaway points. The first one is the SME digitalization is an inevitability in accelerating SME growth in this pandemic and the post-pandemic era. And for that, to support that, Bank Indonesia has formulated the Indonesian Payment System Blueprint 2025, which fully oriented towards effort to build a healthy ecosystem for the development of a digital economic and finance in Indonesia, including in promoting SME development. And the third one, digital transformation of SME require a transition of SME mindset and mentality, and it should become the responsibility of us, of all the stakeholders. With that, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sari, for such an eye-opening presentation. On behalf of ITTP, I would like to request the keynote speakers to please stay until the end of the keynote speaker session so that we can take a group picture together. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Aladin Dirilo as the Senior Economic Advisor at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, who will be speaking about the progress of MSMEs, internationalization in ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Aladin Dirilo.
Thank you, Pita, and good morning to all. I hope you can do well. First, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me, and also the Yangon University of Economics for organizing this seminar. I don't have any presentation with me, but what I intend to do is just to provide you my insights on this particular issue of SME internationalization. I think the topic that you've chosen for this seminar is indeed and appropriate. If you look at the region, East Asia, including ASEAN, the region, as the region continues to be challenged by this COVID-19 pandemic, the need to strengthen regional production networks and to restore production again in the region, I think is very imperative if economic recovery is to be achieved in this region. For example, our research from area suggests that even though the pandemic did not alter the regional production networks in the region, it is important to make them more resilient and stronger. Thus, I think to build the supply chain, the role of business firms, including such small enterprises, in invigorating production and stimulating economic activity again in the region is quite vital. If you look at ASEAN or East Asia in general, I think the demand-driven growth in East Asia is very much facilitated by the vast networks of participation in global value chain. Although GVC participation is very much focused on large firms, I think there are efforts in the past that try to integrate SMEs into international production networks in order to make sure that the benefits of GVC participation become inclusive. And I think the reasoning behind this is quite clear. For example, as we continue to enhance access to international markets, directly by exporting intermediate goods and indirectly by supplying inputs to other exporters within the value chain, SMEs are able to become more productive. And at the same time, they're able to overcome some of the constraints due to their limited experience and limited scale. Under the ASEAN community, for example, the integration of SMEs into regional production networks has become an important priority for the region over the years. Since 2015, the region has been implementing the ASEAN Strategic Action Plan for SME development. This particular plan is to be able to achieve a competitive and innovative SME sector by 2015. And one of the strategic goals of this plan is to enhance the market access and internationalization of SMEs in ASEAN, particularly by focusing on two important priorities. One is to provide support schemes to enable SMEs to access international markets. And secondly, to enhance the capacity of SMEs to increase their export propensity. So under this plan, what we have so far is that the region has been able to set up what we call this ASEAN SME Service Center web portal. This is established in order to enhance information on regional and global markets, as well as information on available services that can be provided to the SMEs in the region. To date, the portal has already served around 10,000 SMEs in the region. And last year, the portal has been rebranded to be able to provide more updated information and opportunities by connecting SMEs to the markets outside. Under the plan also, the strategic plan, ASEAN has been able to facilitate the entry of SMEs into international markets. And among the important measures are the promotion of partnerships and business matching activities with large enterprises in the region. Another important measure here is the utilization of e-commerce platforms in order to expand the activities of SMEs. And finally, there's also this measure that tries to develop or adapt international standards on how SMEs can be incorporated into these global value chains. But despite all these efforts, however, it seems that the ability of SMEs in ASEAN to leverage on international markets appears to be very limited. It seems that only the most productive firms, as expected, are able to bear the high cost of exporting. And at the same time, smaller firms are basically burdened with a lot of constraints, including the ability to access finance, information, and technology in the region. In fact, AREA has conducted one research last year on the ability of SMEs in the region to integrate on global value chains. And one of the important findings of our research is that the support by the government to enhance SME development in the region, including support to enable SMEs to access international markets, remains uneven across ASEAN member states. Also, it seems that most SMEs in ASEAN do not have a very good understanding of the potential impact of market integration in their businesses. In a way, I think this explains the low level of GBC participation by ASEAN SMEs in the region. These challenges or these findings actually are not unique to ASEAN, but I think they are important because they confirm the important challenges that are confronting SMEs in the region right now. If you look at GBC participation, I think it is only expected that not all SMEs can enter into the value chain because participation is very much determined by the country-specific conditions and factors, such that I think the challenge of SME is not only to be able to enter the GVC, but I think more importantly is how to be able to level up within the value chain by upgrading the value-added activities within the chain. But despite that, I think that there's still a significant scope for ASEAN member countries to be able to integrate their SMEs into the regional production networks. And the reason for that is because our region is increasingly interdependent with each other, with the rest of the world. Therefore, there is that scope for much greater interdependence. But for the integration of SMEs into GBCs to become more successful, I think we need to address a number of priorities. One important priority here is that SMEs need to have a better understanding of how to integrate SMEs into regional production networks. This involves also, in my view, the ability of SMEs to understand the dynamics as well as the structure of the global value chains. At the same time, also the configuration of the different sectors where SMEs are expected to operate. That's why, as I mentioned earlier, within ASEAN, there's very limited perception of the ability of SMEs to integrate in the value chain. In response to that, I think it is very important for ASEAN SMEs to be able to understand their respective strengths within the value chain. And what is the reason for that? I think the reason is to be able for these SMEs to develop business models that would reinforce their level of competitiveness, as well as something that would optimize the level of participation in the global production networks. I think it is also important that measures that address information asymmetry and measures that promote partnerships in the region are extensively pursued in order to make sure that SMEs are not only able to identify business opportunities, but at the same time, they're able to create that level of understanding between themselves and the large firms in general. Second, and this is related to the topic of the seminar, I think it is important that ASEAN SMEs remain responsive to the changing economic and business environment, including the emerging megatrends such as digitalization. For example, if you look at what happened in ASEAN during this pandemic, I think evidence suggests that during this pandemic, the use of digital technologies has enabled many businesses, including small businesses, to remain afloat during this pandemic. That's why, in my view, the opportunities being provided by digital technologies need to be captured as well, even beyond this pandemic. Although ASEAN has already implemented a number of initiatives to support the digitalization of SMEs in the region, I think policies should continue to focus on how digitalization can support SME development, including, for example, the adoption of big data solutions that Ibu, as earlier mentioned. I think that would really be important in order to enhance linkages between SMEs and the large enterprises, at the same time to be able to optimize participation in the value chain. In addition to that, I think it is important for the region also to be able to continue to provide training and incentives to SMEs on the use of e-commerce platforms. It is also very important that the region is able to develop additional online platforms to connect SMEs to the markets. And finally, the region should be able to invest on relevant infrastructure, digital infrastructure, both soft and hard infrastructure, to be able to integrate more or better the SMEs into the global value chains. I think in that regard, it is important that one important measure under the SME Strategic Action Plan, which is the development of the digital service hub, should be implemented soon in order to make sure that digitalization would really enhance the ability of SMEs to be integrated into regional production networks. Finally, in my view, good and effective policies matter. I think evidence suggests that policies in the country affect the ability of the countries to be able to integrate globally, particularly in these very complex global value chains. And in this regard, it is important, in my view, for policies to be continuously to be effectively leveraged, okay, on how SMEs can be integrated into a regional value chain. I think among the important policies are the need, for example, to promote greater openness of our trade and investment, as well as the ability to make sure that there is a comprehensive package of policies that would address both the in-country as well as beyond the country issues affecting the region. In this regard, also, it is important that SME policies are not only focused on the ability or on issues or constraint of affecting the ability of SMEs to export, because I think it is also more important to also address this with regards to the ability of the SMEs to be able to buy inputs and technology from abroad. Because I think there is a very strong evidence that suggests that SMEs in ASEAN are very much constrained, not on their ability to export, but also on their ability to import relevant inputs to their production. So in conclusion, I think the issue of internationalization of SMEs is indeed very urgent, particularly at this time where the need to revive economic production and activity again is very much needed in order to recover from this pandemic. In fact, if you look at the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, one important strategy framework of ASEAN is to be able to facilitate the integration of the small enterprises into the global value chains. Therefore, the issue that we're talking right now is indeed very important. There are different approaches in terms of how to integrate SMEs into the value chain. I think we also recognize that there are a number of commonalities that would require intensive regional interventions. But at the end of the day, in my view, the ability of SMEs to be able to integrate into the global value chains depends so much on how these different measures are being implemented on the ground, as well as the ability of market solutions to be effectively implemented in each country. That's why I very much welcome the recent exercise by the ASEAN Secretariat to conduct a midterm review of the Strategic Action Plan for SME Development, not only to be able to identify the problems or the constraints, but I think more importantly, to be able to identify what are the steps moving forward to be able to enhance the ability of SMEs in the region to actively participate in these regional value chains. I think with these words, let me just again thank you for inviting me in this seminar. And I'm really looking forward to the discussions later on. And I wish all of you a very successful seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Aladdin, for your insightful speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with a speech from Mr. Insinyur Edi Satria as the Deputy Minister, Micro Enterprise, Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprise, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Edi will be presenting the ministry's initiatives to strengthen internationalization of MSMEs. Mr. Edi, the time is yours.
Thank you. Hopefully my voice is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Why? Because I just realized my neighbor is that there are some construction, so I have to change my layout and then use my headset. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of us, and also probably to some of the participants in the other side of the globe. Good evening. So everyone is now, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer on behalf of our minister for inviting us for this very prestigious and important seminars. And secondly, also congratulations for the 27 university who is joined the ITTP to combat the COVID-19 and especially to bring ASEAN move forward in spite of the pandemic. So the topic for me is ministry initiative to strengthen internationalization of MSMEs. So hopefully I can start some of the share some of the views, ideas, and then what have been happening in our MSMEs in Indonesia, especially. But I would like also to share some of the global views with you all. So I will start by sharing some latest update on the COVID-19 in Indonesia. We have the total case around 1.8 million, so almost 2 million with the total deaths around 60,000. So of course it is quite a big number for us. And then of course, I think the ASEAN then concerned very much with these issues and how to really use all of the efforts or to concrete effort among the country members to be able to move forward for our economy, especially for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we have lost, we have missed, and some of our friends, professors, students, and everyone is now on the has been hospitalized, but some of them also passed away. So very sad for that one. The next is I don't have my presentation with me because I prefer to do so. In OECD member country have already issued the status on June 2020, telling us about the possible second hit of COVID-19. So as mentioned before, as for other countries, Indonesia have also to have the last take more time for recovery. So we have our economy still in the contraction, about minus 2.19 the quarter for the last quarter last year. And then consequently, we have still the minus 2% economic growth for the last year. So basically, what we have to do now is how to make our MSMEs dance with COVID, right? So we have to do parallelly between the economy and the health. So this is not a very tough job with everyone, especially for the decision maker in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically talking about internationalization of ASEAN, I mean the ASEAN, Southeast Asian MSMEs at one side is very unlikely possible at the pandemic era. I should say probably not a smart move at all because of the pandemic, that in one side. But in another side, we are now in Industrial 4.0 as our rector, Dr. Tintin mentioned before. We have also what they call Community 5.0. And we have also our 5G network been deployed in some area. I believe in Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, we have the 5G network in place. So in above all, we all also mentioned by some speaker before, we have the ICT application, crazy ICT application, I should say, that making everything possible. So we have to move forward to dance between impossible to the possible one. So for the situation, how to make our economy still move forward, especially our MSMEs. So now we are understand that why for Indonesia itself and for the rest of the world that in 98 we have some crisis, and then followed by 2008 the crisis, financial global crisis. So at the time our MSMEs still can stand still. I mean very strong to support our economy to go back instantly for Indonesia to the plus 5% growth. But now we are still have to work hard. So one of our issues today is how to really move forward with our MSMEs, especially for internalizing our product, right? So therefore, this webinar is very crucial to share views, yeah, to research experience and for formulate policy and identify technology which is possible to combat the COVID-19. I still have 9 minutes, so every country must move on, I believe, especially our ASEAN, and especially for Myanmar. I do hope that all of our friends in Myanmar is still safe, despite some political stuff. But I do believe we have to go through with that situation in many countries, and Indonesia has been there before. So I hope that for the pandemic, with likely very severe impact for the next one, we do hope that our ASEAN can also still strong and stand together. So with the case of Indonesia, especially for MSMEs, as Ms. Sari mentioned before, we already now have 64 million MSMEs, and 99% of population is for MSMEs, and 97% employment are from the contribution for MSMEs, and then also around 58 to 60% of our GDP and our investment are contributed to the share of the MSMEs. And digitalization is now, as mentioned before, 16%, so around 10 million. And especially for the export, we are still low compared to the Singapore, already 41%, Thailand around 30%, and China is 60%. So we Indonesia have to work hard to improve from 40% level to raise it up our export. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are right now on the brink of the very good situation after we making in place enacting the omnibus law and also the government regulation number 7/2021. So this one, this situation, our government, our president, the minister is now rely on our SMEs. Yeah. So basically now the economic of Indonesia is turned a little bit from infrastructure to MSMEs. So we are the media darling right now. So we happy for that one. All of my friends and my colleagues from MSMEs and from Indonesia, Ibu Sari and other researchers. So in general, likely like other countries, Indonesia has already spent around 700 trillion rupiah to combat the COVID. It covers for the health sector, social protection, business incentive, corporate financing, and sectoral and regional development. And especially for our micro, small, and medium enterprise, we spend 1/6 of that 700 trillion is around 123 trillion last year alone. Now it is improved and increased to around 160 trillion for our MSMEs. I'm sorry, I am not get used yet to spell the MSMEs because I just joined the office 1 year ago. So forgive me for that one. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are now still combating the COVID with very seriously. With allocated budget is quite a lot, yeah. Especially for our MSMEs, we do the interest subsidy, fund replacement, fund placement for the state-owned bank, guarantee return, working capital, government bond tax, and investment for our cooperatives. And of course, we do have also what we call the residential aid for micros. Because in the short term, it is BPUM. So, ladies and gentlemen, another policy for our MSMEs is we have enacted the omnibus law, as I mentioned before, that revised about 80 laws and 1,200 sections. So it is just to make how to make it easy and to protect and empowering our MSMEs so that people get friendly and not afraid to join for the licensing and etc. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, for SMEs, we have for the omnibus law, we have the 6 or 7 objectives. Yeah, first of all, is increase job creation, making cooperative more interesting. Yeah, increase MSME supply chain into supply chains, and then that's what we call the internationalizing. MSMEs for digitalization, providing better financial support. This is much more important, and market off-taking of the product. So basically, we iterate, underline the ease and the protection and the empowering the MSMEs. So in addition for that program, Indonesia also transformed the MSMEs into 3 forms. Yeah, first is for transform for informal to formal. The second is transform into digitalization, transform for supply chain, and then how to make our cooperative in modern ways. So basically, also we have the roadmap moving for the digitalization from 13.5 million right now in 2021 into the 30 million of our MSMEs connected to the digital platform in 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now my last initiative from our ministry. This is still a draft. Yeah. First of all, is we call it the synergy of collaboration to internalizing MSMEs product. Yeah, what our topic is now. First, it is of course the gathering the related government institution support. We have in detail. I don't have the slide with me right now. I can read it or can share with you later on. The second is how to really concern about market access and information support. And then third is exporter development, preparation for the exporter. The fourth is logistic support and access. And the fifth is export execution and feedback. So I want to read some detail of that stages. First of all, again, is related government institution support. We have to get into support from Ministry of Trade, yeah, industries, agriculture, finance, and Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Indonesian Exim Bank, State-owned Banks Association, Indonesian Export Training Center, and local government. That's basically we have to get the support from them to start with the internalizing our MSMEs. The second I mentioned before is market access, information support. We have to get together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade Attaché, Indonesian Trade Promotion Center, ITPC, yeah, State-owned Bank, Indonesian Export Training Center, Indonesian Exim Bank Association. The third one is exporter development. This is much more the very important one. For Directorate General of Custom and Excise, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Law and Human Rights. The fourth is logistic support and access from the Ministry of Transportation, Public Works and Housing, because we do want some of the rest area to be occupied by our MSMEs in the very good area, not in the backyard near the toilet, right? So we provide 30% of the infrastructure areas in rest area for our MSMEs. Last but not least is the export execution and feedback. This is much more important, how to get feedback, because the feedback is making our system in the very good situation. And then I do believe by putting all of 5 steps together, we can collaborate and making ecosystem, and then make our internalizing MSMEs in a better way. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. Hopefully everyone enjoy the seminar. And of course, I do believe this is a very, very good and timely seminar or webinar for us to combat the COVID-19 and to bring our ASEAN countries into the much more prosperous countries. Even so, we have the COVID with us. Thank you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eddie, for this speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our last keynote speaker, Mr. Rizal Naini, Chief Executive Officer of SME Corporation Malaysia. He will be speaking about the ministry's initiatives to support MSMEs to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rizal Naini.
Thank you, Ms. Prita Masalia, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to address all of you at this prestigious webinar on strengthening the internationalization of Southeast Asian micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs in 4.0 era. I would like to thank Yangon University of Economics Myanmar as the host, and International Teleconference on Technology and Policy for supporting implementation of COVID-19 recovery plan in Southeast Asia, known as ITTP COVID-19, as the organizer, for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers at this prestigious webinar. Indeed, our virtual interaction today is in line with the new normal that has become mainstream. Likewise, the topic given to me on initiatives to support MSMEs mitigate the impact of COVID-19 is apt and timely, as the world is facing a prolonged COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has changed dramatically since the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak as a global pandemic. Lives and economic activities are disrupted. The crisis could cause economic and social damages far larger than what we are experiencing now. The pandemic has brought unprecedented changes to the business landscape in ASEAN and around the world. It has spared no one, including MSMEs that constitute the majority of business establishments in all economies around the world. In acknowledging the critical economic role of MSMEs, governments worldwide have given special attention to mitigating the impact of the pandemic on small firms, particularly introducing policies to help them cope with short-term financial risks and long-term business implications so as to avert job losses and bankruptcies, as well as encouraging investment to boost the post-pandemic recovery process. The focus of most government has been on cushioning the impact of COVID-19 on health and economy. Across countries, the most widely used instruments in response to the outbreak are income and profit tax deferrals, loan guarantees, and direct lending to MSMEs as wage subsidies. It is heartening to note that our ASEAN member states are taking significant steps to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and MSMEs. And I was informed the fiscal intervention of ASEAN member states can be categorized into three categories, namely household subsidies that are provided in the form of cash allowances, which in some cases are complemented with food packages and subsidies for electricity and social security contributions or pensions, especially for those in the low income and vulnerable categories, followed by exemptions on tax fees, charges, rents, or debt payments, moratorium, which have been provided to affected individuals, households, and also businesses. Last but not least, the fiscal measures implemented by ASEAN member states are also come in the form of fast and affordable credit, debt payment, moratorium, or restructuring of loans. It is extremely important for each and every one of us present here to take cognizance on the fact that the failure of MSMEs would have strong repercussions on the economies of many developing countries in which they are the main contributors to employment, including ASEAN. For Malaysia, the development of MSMEs has always been in a high priority, given that the fact they make up 98.5% of business establishments and contribute 38.9% to gross domestic product in 2019. And in 2019 as well, MSMEs in Malaysia employ about 7.3 million people and contribute 48.4% to the country's employment. Unfortunately, the very essence of survival of these significant employers to the country is hanging in the balance due to the unparalleled impact of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, before I share on what Malaysian government has done so far to ensure the well-being of the people as well as the survival of businesses, allow me to share the staggering impact of COVID-19 on MSMEs in Malaysia. The Ministry of Entrepreneur Development and Cooperatives and SME Corporation Malaysia conducted a series of surveys among MSMEs, which cut across various economic sectors and industries in 2020. These surveys were done to assess the impact of COVID-19 outbreak as well as their response to the various economic stimulus packages announced by the government. And based on the survey on SME situation in the wake of COVID-19, which was first conducted during the initial containment period, or better known in Malaysia as Movement Control Order, MCO, An alarming 95.3% respondents experienced an immediate and substantial drop in sales in March last year, of which 44% of respondents cited their sales have declined to more than 70%. Of the rest, 21.6% reported a decline in sales within 51 to 70%, while 29.7% of the respondents experienced a loss of 50% or less in sales. Only 1.7% reported an increase in sales, particularly among the food and beverages related industries, while 3.1% reported no significant difference in sales. It comes as no surprise that cash flow emerged as the key challenge during the pandemic, followed by reduce in demand and supply chain disruption. The cash flow issue was due to significant decline in sales, partly attributed to the temporary shutdown of business operations during MCO by more than 3/4 of the respondents. These rising issues on cash flow, demand and supply chains are causing a lot of strain on business, especially the small players. Responding to the survival needs of the business sectors, the Malaysian government had duly announced the economic stimulus packages, namely Package Ransangan Ekonomi Prihatin on 27 of March last year, and Package Prihatin Tambahan for MSMEs on 6 of April last year that have benefited the MSMEs directly and indirectly, which had garnered some objectivity among the MSMEs despite persisting challenges. Our subsequent survey showed that they have benefited on the wage subsidy programs, microcredit scheme, and 6-month moratorium on loans. And these are the 3 top incentives that has been benefited MSMEs in Malaysia. A close look at the survey findings highlighted that MSMEs need assistance to sustain their businesses and boost their growth momentum during the pandemic. Fast access to loans at lower interest rate, deferment or waiver of taxes and statutory payments, and online-based platform, as well as virtual service provisions were cited as the key assistances required for the business to rebound, with support given as high as 85.6% respondents were confident that their business would rebound within a year or less. Ladies and gentlemen, as a responsive government, Malaysia has therefore placed a special emphasis on the needs of MSMEs into various facets of stimulus packages to help ease their burdens during the pandemic. Since February 2020, a total of 147.1 billion ringgit Malaysia, about 35 billion US dollars, has been allocated to assist micro, small, medium enterprises in Malaysia in weathering the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The measures have been and are being implemented through 9 comprehensive economic stimulus packages, namely Pre-2020, Prihatin, Prihatin SME, Penjana, Kita Perhatin, Budget 2021, Permai, Permekasa, and the recent one, which Permekasa Plus. And these stimulus packages have been instrumental in addressing by MSMEs, mainly in the area of financing, cash flow, job retention, human capital development, and technology, as well as digitalization adoption. And from the business perspective, it is worth to note that MSMEs are adapting to the new norm. Various adjustments and positive progress have been made to their business operations. Change of priorities among MSMEs can be observed from implementing cost-cutting measures during the peak of MCO in May last year to executing development measures that can help sustain their businesses in July, as reflected in the survey conducted by the Ministry of Entrepreneurial Development and Cooperatives. The top priorities among Malaysian MSMEs had shifted to using e-commerce platform, making changes in employment in terms, as well as adoption of technology and digitalization. Sign of optimism is growing as lesser number of firms reported decline in sales of more than 50% as compared with 65.6% reported in March to May last year. Retrenchment of workers also has dropped to 12% compared to 14.2% from March to May last year, while number of ceased businesses operations also decreased, albeit slightly, to 1.5% as compared to 1.6% from March to May last year. Going forward, to survive in post-pandemic world, I would like to urge ASEAN MSMEs to foster strong resilience and embrace digitalization. Resilience can be enhanced by supportive public policy, for example, by subsidizing investment in risk mitigating technologies and fostering economic and trade diversification, as well as in encouraging partnership and cooperatives and research that foster the development of agile new strategies. Trade diversification, strong cash reserves, networking in business ecosystem, and participation in international trade will also boost resilience. And the pandemic has shown us that MSMEs who have navigated a digital service-driven business environment, as well as able to reshape their business model to meet the demands of the new normal, will gain an advantage over competitors as regional and global supply chain players. I would like to bring my speech to the close by saying, the COVID-19 crisis has inadvertently become the boosting factor for innovation, digitalization, and technology adoption. A myriad of activities of e-commerce, digital payments, teleworking, remote learning, video conferencing, online health services, and end-to-end logistics services are prevalent in today's economy out of absolute necessity amid increasing demand and opportunities. This serves a testimony of every challenge is a disguised opportunity, a lesson to learn, and a chance to grow. And that brings to the end of my speech. I would like to sincerely thank you, wish everyone a fruitful and prolific session ahead. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizal. It is now the audience's turn to ask questions to our keynote speakers. Please raise your hand if you have a question for the speakers. And please note that for the live Q&A session, we only have a slot for one question. However, other questions are very much accepted in the chat box. I see that there is a hand raised. It's from Kantor Staff President, Mr. Aji Erlangga. Sir, you are welcome to give your question.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to ask question for all panelists. My name is Aji Erlangga. I'm from the Executive Office of the President of Republic Indonesia. I enjoyed the discussion from the first panelist to the latest panelist. Pandemic has hit MSME in Southeast Asia since last year. Many initiatives has been taken by the Asian Secretariat, the Ministry of MSME, the universities, also the bank centrals. We also have learned that all the lessons during pandemic, and we hope we can have post-pandemic era as soon as possible. We all have heard the presentation that are interesting, comprehensive with solid framework and experiences from countries in Asia. My question for the panelists a little bit different. I want to have a look in other sides about the confidence level. Economics is not only the logic or rational behavior, but also about the emotional and the confidence of the government and the people that do all economic activities. My question is, how confidence that all the programs that carry out by each institution can strengthen the internalization of SME in small and small medium enterprise in Southeast Asia? What collaboration should be done, especially cooperation between Asian countries? That's the question from me, Ms. Prita. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aji, for the question. For our speakers, may we have the answer, please? Who should we start with? Maybe we can start from the first speaker, Busari.
Thank you, Prita. How are you, Prita?
I'm good, thank you very much.
Hope everything is going well up there in UK, ya, Prita. Pak Aji, thank you for the questions. Maybe I would like just to share our experience, our survey. Based on our survey, Pak Aji, most of our SMEs are badly impacted by the pandemic last year, but there are some part of SME that have succeeded, even experiencing the scale up, in their economic scale. What SME are there? There are those that goes into the digital transaction and get connected with the e-commerce, with the international network. So I think it's the opportunity. There is a window of opportunity for our SME here in ASEAN to have a collaboration with the e-commerce, to join e-commerce with the international network, so they have international exposure. So digitalization transformation is a must, but of course it should be supported, but our government agencies and institutions to develop the capacity of the SME and also to support the logistic and the network for the international access. So I could say that I'm quite confident with this international program for SME, as long as we have a synergy of our effort for the SME from end to end. I think that's my response for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Sari. Mr. Aladdin.
Thank you, Prita, and thank you also, Aji, for the question. I think the question of digitalization of SME, the issue has been there for a while. I mean, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, there are a number of initiatives that have been implemented over the years. But what the pandemic has done so far is that it created the urgency, right, for SMEs to really focus on digitalization. In fact, even in the region, there was some discussion about digitalization, but because of this pandemic, it became more apparent for the region that we really need to be more serious about digitalization. And that is what's being done right now. For example, there is in our recovery framework a dedicated section on how to accelerate digitalization in the region, particularly in terms of how to support digital connectivity in terms of trade and investment. So what is important here right now is that despite all these initiatives being implemented right now, and I'm sure there will be more, I mean, based on the current discussions in the ASEAN right now, is the issue of implementation. To what extent all these measures are being implemented. And for me, implementation would boil down to the fact of how results are being generated in the process of having these initiatives being implemented. And that would require, in my view, a lot of collaboration. I think I like the question about the issue of collaboration, because at the end of the day, if you look at global value chain participation, it's a very complex issue. And imagine we have the small enterprises who don't have the capacity. Therefore, to be able for these small enterprises to become more digitally savvy and to be able for them to integrate into the global value chain, we need the support of both the markets and the policymakers. And that is how the collaboration would look like. And in ASEAN, it is good to note here that the business councils are very much interested on the issue of digitalization of SME. There are already initiatives being implemented by the Business Council of Japan, Korea, and even China on how digital tools can be further leveraged on to help the SMEs in the region. I also like the fact that right now ASEAN has done the midterm review of the strategic action plan on SME development. And one of the recommendations of the review actually is to accelerate digitalization. So for me, the mechanics are there. It's just a matter of how we make sure that these mechanics or measures are being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aladdin. Mr. Eddie? Okay, I think we should hear from Mr. Rizal first.
Okay, thank you, Prita. I think the spirit that we have among ASEAN is a common objective and a common goal, as we have the ASEAN platform, to actually look into how we can actually exchange ideas. In fact, ITTP COVID-19 today's platform is also a platform where we can actually exchange ideas and insights, especially in looking into how we can internationalize our MSMEs to mitigate this COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it's a good start for us to start with. I was informed that 27 universities is also part of this so-called collaboration in a way. Malaysia, as one of the countries under ASEAN, so we are actually do a lot of exchange of ideas, sharing information, sharing programs. In fact, in some of the working group within ASEAN itself, we actually do have sharing of presentation of how to mitigate this pandemic. In terms of digitalization, especially, because we know that digitalization is one of the things that can help our MSMEs, especially to diversify their businesses, to change their business models, as well as to make sure that they can actually maintain as well as retain their sustainability when it comes to business operations. So I do agree with all of the presenters mentioning about digitalization and technology adoption. And in Malaysia, we have actually allocated fund actually to actually help our MSMEs to digitalize. And under SME Corp, SME Corporation Malaysia, we have a program called Warungku, where we actually would like to help, especially the micro enterprises, the small businesses, to digitalize using EPOS system, as simple as the terminal for them to actually do the ordering as well as to pay and receive payment from the customers. And this has been widely implemented, especially for the micro enterprises, including the informal sectors. So we actually going to formalize the informal sectors to become a proper legal entity for them to receive some assistance that we are providing under these so-called stimulus packages and recovery programs that we have in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizal. What about Mr. Eddie?
Yes, what is your question? I'm so sorry, I was out for a while.
That's right. That's right. I can repeat the question.
Okay.
It is, how confident is the government that the programs carried out by each institution can strengthen the internationalization of small and medium enterprises in Southeast Asia? And what are the challenges? And what collaboration should be done between the ASEAN countries?
Okay. Oh, this is from Pak Aji. Okay, thank you for the question. Our confidence, yes, of course. As the government, we have to be confident, right? If the government cannot be confident, then we got problem. That's the main problem. Okay. Of course, by saying that, it means that we ensure that the government, in this case, especially for Ministry of Finance, provide the funds for each important program, covers the health sectors, as I mentioned before, socials, and also our MSMEs. For our MSMEs, especially, as I mentioned before, around 1/6, yeah, around 16% of the total budget for COVID-19 are allocated for our MSMEs. So that's basically the most important one, ranging from, as I mentioned before, subsidies, and also for the aid for the micro enterprises, especially, meaning that our government, especially our ministers, ensure also the implementation, the disbursement of the aid is appropriate and then timely based. So we, as for example, before we have to really disburse at the first quarter to ensure that our positive rate of economic happen in the first quarter. So this is basically, that's why before the Lebaran, before the Muslim holiday, big Muslim holiday, we disburse all of the 9.8 million aid for the macros. And then what are the challenges? Challenges is still, of course, we are especially this for Indonesia, and I do believe also for Philippines and some other parts of the ASEAN. We have the big range of the, what call it, the archipelago, right? So we also have to cover up all the transportation and thinking about the logistic, and also for the challenges, how really improve the literacy of the people in doing the business with, as mentioned before by many speakers, cashless, yeah, and then also using up all of the possibility of the digitalization, especially for the today's technology, for ICT technology. About collaboration, yes, of course, we all of the relevant relevant ministries, especially for our micro SMEs. This one is the everybody loves the micro SMEs in Indonesia. I do believe also in ASEAN. So Ministry of Trade, they put some money on that. Ministry of Industry also, they have the budget. Around the 20 institution in Indonesia is love the micro SMEs. So basically, we just need to orchestra make the collaboration under Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise in our ministries, so that we can collaborate with everyone and then move forward with a better MSMEs. That's my answer. Thank you. I'm so sorry I was out for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Edi, and thank you, Mr. Aji Erlangga from Kantor Staff President, for giving the question. And thank you to all of our speakers for the answer. It was very insightful. Once again, thank you so much to our keynote speakers for the remarkable presentations. Before the speakers leave, I would like to request a photo session with our beloved keynote speakers. Audience, please make sure that your videos are enabled. Okay. Is the documentary team ready?
Okay, let me count. One, give the best smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got it. Let's move to the next slide. 1 second. Let me. Okay.
I think Mr. Amir, still someone is not ready.
Oh, okay.
Check first.
Yeah, let's go back to the first slide. Okay. I see everyone here. Wait. Okay. Please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Let's move to the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay. then I think it will be the last our last slide. One, but I see everyone is didn't turn on the camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, everyone. Thank you very much for the photo session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, thank you to our keynote
you very much.
speakers. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for the committee and everybody. Have a nice seminar for you all. Bye.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to continue with our agenda today. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome our General Chairman, Professor Dr. Ing Eko Supriyanto, who will be presenting his work on the establishment of ASEAN Network for Strengthening Internationalization of MSME. Ladies and gentlemen, our Chairman, Professor Eko.
Hello, Prita.
Hello,
Can you hear
Prof.
me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello.
Hello, Prof.
Can you see already my screen?
Yes.
All right.
1 second, Prof. Yeah.
So yeah, I think I still cannot share my screen. Can someone enable my screen? Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
The stage is yours, Prof.
All right. So yes, thank you, Fevita, honorary speakers and also guests. Yeah, after listening our keynote speaker, now I would like to introduce to today's webinar basically. So with the focus on the establishment of ASEAN Network for Strengthening International of SMME. So I will start to introduce why we need to have this webinar, and then continue with the objective, and then just give some program summary, and will participate in this seminar. I will give you some statistic, and then expected result of this webinar, and then by end of my presentations, I would like to invite everyone also later to fill up the survey form and call for paper for ITTP COVID-19. I think as we know that yeah, the COVID-19 make many MSME fail to have a business. Yeah, if we see here from the graph from Qatar Data Insight Center, there are around more than 50% of the MSME in the very bad conditions. And then if we see also in other data, more than 60% also the revenue of MMSE decreased more than 30%. This is basically is big impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We conduct some survey, and in the end we found some issue during this COVID-19 pandemic for the MSME. First they mentioned that the market of the demand is really decreased, and then the business activity due to the movement control order or lockdown also a lot decreasing. And then the logistic limitations, yeah, many things cannot be sent, and because due to the logistic and limitation, the raw material difficulty also happen in many SMSEs. And because the market reduced, so that the financial part is required, but also having difficulty in the beginning of the COVID-19. And still the trust to the product due to the COVID, whether they have something related to the COVID or not. This is also the problematics. And also the marketing difficulty, because most of the MSME is not ready with the digital system basically. So basically our focus is try to answer the issue, to discuss the issue with the focus on the strengthening of the internationalization of MSME in Southeast Asia, via the ASEAN policy approach, ASEAN network, ASEAN certification, mobile certificate, and digital platform. This is something that we would like to discuss, and then how we able to work together to support the MSME in Southeast Asia. So the objective of this webinar actually first is to discuss strategy and method to strengthening the international of MSME. And then second, later the chairman of this webinar, Dr. Telisa, will also discuss about the implementation plan of the strategy and method. And then I will also introduce a little bit on the establishment of ASEAN network or consortium to strengthen the international of MSMEs. So the program for today, basically we have three group of program. The first is introduction done already by the keynote speaker, which is talking about the strategy, initiative, and some progress, from ASEAN Secretariat, from the ministry, and also from the Bank Central. And then after this, we will have some discussion in detail, from many stakeholders about the problem, strategy, approach, good practice, model from the university expert, industry player, finance institute, government, and country representative. And then in the end, we have some statement from the committee, and also we will show our survey results and how we implement. In the end, we will conclude it. So this is basically we already established a platform, smarttrade.network. Basically, this is the B2B communication platform that you can access through our internet. It's still under development. We hope that in few months from now we will have already on this. This is it's for the MSME to introduce the product, and also to discuss with other business, basically, or business consortium. So after this, the post webinar, basically we will work until the ITTP conference that we will conduct in August 2021. And this implementation plan, basically we will discuss later during the closing of this webinar, basically. So as participant, we inform you that until yesterday night, I think, we have 592 participants, and then we have two platforms, which is Zoom, another one is YouTube. Some of us is using Zoom, we have, and also parallel with this, we have also YouTube Live. And then the participant is from all the 10 country members, ASEAN country members, and plus we have guests from China, Japan, Australia, Germany, and Italy. And then we have also 4 stakeholders attending this conference from the government, industry, society, and also university. So there are 2 expected results by this webinar, which is formulation of issue, strategy, initiative, model, and implementation plan that we will put it in our book later, and also awareness of ASEAN members to work together in the ASEAN Product or Business Consortiums, so that we need to collaborate. This is something that we will try to have it. So then our program actually will not stop until today only, but will continue for 3 years. Which is we try to establish the consortium to involve the MSMEs in Southeast Asia, government, finance institute, and then virtual platform provider, certification agency, business association, and universities. So this is the product that we identified to be discussed, and also to be established in Southeast Asia. For example, here man-made product, animal product, plant product, tourism product, furniture, personalized health product, personalized gift, digital product, and educational product, basically. But not limited on that. It's depend on later. The consortiums shall have the 4 components, which is the small and medium enterprise, university or higher learning institution, government, and also the associations. And we have ANTP, basically our ASEAN network for technology and policy, to become the network enabler for this consortium. So this is just an example how we will work. Basically, this is I call the ASEAN fish Sorry, I need to check. ASEAN, Fish Business Consortium. Okay, here there are a few parts, which is MSME that will work on the breeding or farming of the fish, and then processing and also packaging can be done in few countries. We will try to link between country, as many as possible, the fish farming and fish breeding to for example, working together with us, and then we will try to have this network. And then also we will try to see and also to survey some market in Southeast Asia. We will collaborate with all the countries, and then here we will also work with the financial institute, bank, and other financial center. And we will have also university and also research center that will conduct some training and also research related to the product and also to the entrepreneur. And we have also some certifications institute, either the halal or other international certifications. So, and then we hope also that the government work with the policy to support the system that or consortium that would like to establish. And also here we will either utilize the existing platform or we'll collaborate with the for example Bank Indonesia that already provides a very good platform for the digitalizations, and so on. So basically this is an example of the consortium. So a survey on the who interest in this webinar or in this consortium, please visit this survey after this. Yeah, you can fill up during the attending or participating in this webinar until end of this webinar, and then just submit, and then we will try to communicate with you after this. So, and then the last one from my presentation here, I would like also to invite someone that didn't send the abstract or the paper to our conference. Please welcome. We still have time until 21st of June. Yeah, currently we have already 270 abstract received, but we would like to have more to easily. We have on the 21st June is the deadline. Please welcome, and then please remember that we will have the conference on the 6th to 8th August 2021. And also the second invitation, we have the webinar 4 that we will conduct by Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, on the 10th July 2021 about the ASEAN tourism zoning. Yeah, please also follow this webinar. So we have the keynote speaker in this webinar, the Ministry of Tourism from few ASEAN countries, with the topics on the tourism market problem, and then initiative, risk benefit analysis, classification plan, and in the end is virtual platform to enable the real-time tourism zoning. I think so. From me. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good day and enjoy your webinar until end of this program. Thank you very much, and see you in the next session.
Thank you very much, Professor Eko. Our dearest audience, please be informed that at this point we have shared the link for the Network Consortium survey, and it needs to be filled out by all of our attendees. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I would like to request our keynote speakers that there are some questions which have not been answered in the chat box, so please answer it through the chat either during or later after the webinar. Thank you so much, and once again, thank you to Professor Eko for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to our webinar session. Therefore, it is now time for me to pass the microphone to our moderator, Dr. Aditya, who will continue with the first 5 webinar sessions, and Dr. Nesful, who will continue with the last 3 speakers. Professor Dr. Aditya Sukmana is the head of doctorate degree in Islamic Economics in Universitas Airlangga. He received his bachelor's degree in economics on financial management from Universitas Airlangga, master in economics from Georgia State University, USA, and PhD in economics from International Islamic University, Malaysia. His expertise is in Waqf management, Islamic capital market, Islamic microfinance, Islamic economic, and Islamic banking. And our second moderator, Dr. Nisful Laila, is the Vice Dean of Resources and Senior Lecturer in Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Airlangga. She received her bachelor's degree in Universitas Airlangga, Master of Banking and Finance from University of New South Wales, Australia, and her doctorate degree in Islamic Economic from Universitas Erlangga. Her research expertise is in economic and management, Islamic banking and finance, Islamic capital market, Islamic asset and liability management, and Islamic portfolio and investment management. Professor Aditya, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mbak Prita. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Prof.
Good, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Uh, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me just repeat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah bil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa la syarika lahu wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. First of all, let us get blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, and salawat and salam let us send to our Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah. We are now moved to the second webinar. The first session, we know already there are regulators which talk about the importance of the MSME. Just to refresh and summarize that, Ibu Yunita from Bank Indonesia, she talked about the role of digitalizations for the MSME. And then he quote on the importance of the mentality readiness for the MSME to adopt the digitalizations. And the second speaker, Dr. Aladdin Derillo, he talks about the progress of the MSME for the internationalizations. Dr. Engineer Eddie from the Ministry of Micro Enterprise, he talked about the program to the MSME during the COVID in Indonesia, subsidies, aids, and so on. And also Ence Rizal from CEO SME Corporation Malaysia, he talks about the stimulus package from the ministry, from the government of Malaysia to the MSME. And the last we heard from the Prof. Eko that we're going to establish the ASEAN network to strengthening the international of MSME. Now, in the second webinar, we are more focusing on the researchers and academicians, as well as the players, business entities which support for the MSME. We have 5 presenters from Thailand, Myanmar, Indonesia, and Australia. And I believe we can learn a lot from each of the presenter. And we have Assistant Professor Dr. Chayanun, Professor Dr. Nunu Luin from Yangon University, Prof. Chayanun from PSU, and then Ibu Kusuma Anjani from Mustika Ratu, Bapak Kiwi Aliwarga from CEO UMG Myanmar, and Ms. Colin Rex from GTPA Australia. And just to remind all the presenters that you will be given 15 minutes for the presentations. And for the Q&A sessions will be after the second presenters, the fourth presenters, and the fifth presenter, right? So let me go to the first presenter, Assistant Professor Chayanun Pucharion. He is now the Assistant Professor in Economics, who served as a Deputy Dean for Research and Graduate Studies of Faculty in Hospitality and Tourism, Prince Songkla University. Her education background is PhD in Economics from Chulalongkorn University. And the experience related to this MSME Phuket is he has been appointed as a secretary committee for several Phuket's reopening committee, which related to provincial vaccination program, business rehabilitation, and reopening the Phuket. We know already that the Phuket is one of the tourist destinations most visited. And I believe the Phuket tourism contribute significantly to the national economy. So without further ado, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Chayanun Pucharan for giving the speech. 15 minutes is yours. Please. Prof.
Thank you, Professor Radhiya, for your kind introductions. Good morning and Sawadee Krap to all speaker, to all keynote speaker, and to all participants. And first of all, as Professor Radhiya has mentioned, Phuket is one of the top tourist destinations in Asia. With that remarks, it makes Phuket economy is has been intensively rely on tourism. Our governor has names or have special terminology for this economics reliance as is like a traditional Thai house with only one pillar, with only one pillar, with only one columns. And it seems that this column is collapsing right now. And to make the situation is even more interesting, the tourism income that Phuket economy rely on is based on international tourism income. So in the following slides, I would show how the international decline of international tourism income has provided economic shocks, has simulated the economic shocks to Phuket or the MSME in Phuket. So please, can I move on to the next slide? Yes. And despite many political turmoils during the year 2010 toward 2019, we can see that the Phuket GPP, Phuket gross provincial products, the growth rate of Phuket provincial, the growth rate of Phuket's gross provincial products has been increasing at the rate above the national average. It's above the southern region's growth rate as well. The average pace of growth of the GDP in Phuket is approximately 6 to 7% for the past 2 decades. And of course, the main driving mechanism for this growth is tourism. And the key players of this growth are MSME operators in Phuket, especially the restaurant operators and the small retail operator in Phuket. And we have a new key operators, new key MSME operator during the past 5 years, which is called boutique hotel. Boutique hotel is a hotel that operated by the small entrepreneurs, by small to medium entrepreneurs. Not only we have a large hotel in Phuket, lately 40% of the rooms sold in Phuket were considered as operated by the MSMEs. So could you please kindly maneuver to the next slide, please? Thank you. And the significance of or the contribution, as Professor Ratiya has mentioned before, the contribution from the whole Andaman cluster to the nation's tourism income is around 20 million US dollars. And for Phuket alone, the income of Phuket, the tourism income of Phuket generated is for almost 15,000 million US dollars. And interestingly, it should be noted here that the Phuket income, the Phuket tourism income, greater than its GPP or greater than its gross provincial products. The only 2 provinces in Thailand that have this kind of characteristic, Phuket and Krabi. It is a clear evidence that Phuket is like a distributor of foreign income to another province. And with this regard to the MSME webinars, I would rather say that from the facts that we explored before COVID, most of the vegetable supplier, seafood supplier are MSME from our nearby province, small entrepreneurs, small supplier from our nearby province. They brought some seafoods, put it to their trucks and drive to Phuket to resell to the small, to resell to the restaurant. Okay, so can you please, next slide, please? Yes. Now I would like to spend like 4 minutes to explain the effects of this COVID-19 to the Phuket's economy. The effects start as early as February 2020 last year. People thought that it start in April, May. No. For Phuket, the tourism income, we can see a big decline in tourism income since February last year. in which 1/3 of our tourism income has diminished because after Wuhan, after Chinese governments they prohibit the internationals, they prohibit their tourists to travel abroad. Phuket economies, Phuket's tourism income has diminished by 1/3, and then in March we start to Thai governments start to stop international travelers to arrive Thailand, so we can see a big decline. April and May, this is right, a big shock to the MSME in Phuket. But one of the stories that I would like to share to everyone is 1st May 2020 is the first day that we allow people to go out from Phuket. We allow people to travel across province. On 1st May, just only on 1st May alone, people maneuver from Phuket, migrate from Phuket back to other province. 50,000 on one day, 50,000 people move out from Phuket on that day. And from our data, we learned that 10,000, at least 10,000 of them are micro and small entrepreneurs who usually live in Phuket, who usually sell their product in Phuket before COVID. But on May 1st, they move back, they migrate back to their hometowns, at least 10,000 of them. But 50,000 move out from the islands. And we can see during June, July, August, we can see a pickup of the income. That pickup of income is derived from domestic tourists. But if you compare this 837 million baht with the previous income before COVID, it is unmatched figure. It is unmatched figure. So one of the things that I would like to share our finding is many of the micro, small, or medium enterprise, they adjust their offer to domestic traveler. But it should be noted here that not many of them can adjust their offer, their product or service to suit the to please the domestic traveler. For example, massage shop, traditional Thai massage shop. Some of them cannot adjust. So till now, their business is still closed, temporarily closed. And I don't sure whether they permanently closed, but till now is temporarily closed. And comparing with in December, the domestic tourism income that we obtained is not even 5% of what the Phuket economy has received pre-COVID. And one of the innovative campaigns by the government which can benefit the MSME is on next slide. Can I have a next slide, please? Yes, we have the We Travel Together campaign with Israel. The government finance 40% of the hotels, 40% of the hotel room rates, but no more than 3,000 baht, approximately $100. And they give the voucher to the tourists, to the domestic tourists, approximately 20 to 30 US dollar per day. 20 in the weekend, 20 in the weekends, and 30 in the weekdays. And this seemed to help small operators, small restaurant operators, because according to our survey, we found that 94% of the tourists, domestic tourists, use this campaign, and 45% of the tourists who check in at the hotel use this room subsidy amount by the government. And another campaign that we should mention is the 50-50 campaign by the government. 50-50 campaign is right. Government pay your the government would pay for 50% of your bill spent in the restaurant, but the accumulated amount should not be more than 3,000 baht for the whole period, right? That's also from our survey. The small restaurant operator love that. the small restaurant operator love that. The small vendor in fresh market, they love this campaign. They appreciate this campaign and they demand the governments to attend this campaign. And however, this campaign is not particularly, those two campaigns are not particularly designed for Phuket. So the next slide, please. Even with this subsidy, even with this campaign of promotions, the domestic travelers to Phuket is still declining, was less than before COVID year. It's like 60% less than COVID year, before COVID year, 36% less than COVID year in November. But interestingly, for non-tourist destination province like Nakhon Si Thammarat, we have a big pagodas in Nakhon Si Thammarat. You can see that the Thai tourists, the domestic tourists to those provinces, the number has increased. The number has been the number was increasing. And can I move to the next slide, please? Yes. With that decline of the tourists, not just international tourists, we have no international tourists, but with that decline of domestic tourists comparing to pre-COVID year, we also use the Apple mobility to check the mobility within the province. Phuket represented by the red line. The bottom red line is resemble the figure of Phuket. It never be back to the pre-COVID year. The figure is like 20% of the pre-COVID year. And we compare with other provinces, some weekends, they even have a better condition, business condition or mobility condition than before COVID year. So with this less mobility, it also implies that not only tourism related business were affected. It means the small vendor, small food operators or gas station, ice making factory were all affected by our survey. They all implement job cuts in Phuket. They all implement job cut in Phuket. And one of the things that it should be remarked here is unemployment seems not as high as we expect. But if we take a look at the real figures, if we take a look at the detailed figures, we found that people who work less than 24 hours per week, that number has been increasing to the almost half of our workforce. If you look at the work unemployment rate alone, it's a tip of the iceberg, and you would say that it's not badly affected. But if you take a look at how many hours they work per week, the figure is really the figure is very something. The figure is very significant. And the people that mostly affected are the people with disability. They report a decline in income and insufficient revenue. Nightclub worker, indigenous worker as well. Okay.
Professor, you have 3 minutes, Professor.
Yes. Okay. And the last, the few last point that I would like to make is in order to jumpstart the economy, we did plans how to push the first domino that have the effects to all business unit in Phuket, and it seems that it's all related to the international tourism. So with that information, can you please move on to the next slide? Yes, move on to the next slide, please. With that information, we believe that opening Phuket again could be the key point. However, opening Phuket again is a matter of how we calibrate or how we balance the risks, the risks and the benefits. One of the things that we use in this analysis is we take a look at how outbreaks start in Phuket in the first round from the academic paper published in the Lancet. We found that first it starts with the imported case, and then we have frontline worker infected. But the major outbreak is the local community infections. So we plan to mitigate, or we plan to minimize this risk by make sure that we don't have imported case. and also how to protect our frontline service workers. Could you please move to the next slide, please? Yes, and we believe that our GDP, if we reopen, I report this to the Deputy Prime Minister, that if we open the Phuket, what is the expected amount of income or contribution to the nation GDP could be as high as half of the percentage. Could you please move to the next slide, please? And the key message, next slide, please. And the key message is vaccine for our populations, our residents, no quarantine. Quarantine is impossible for tourists. If quarantine is impossible for tourism, and the most important thing is communication strategy to our people, to our local people. Could you please move to the next one, please? From the survey, quarantine is unacceptable, and there is a demand for Thai tourism destination. Next slide, please. Yes, this one. A key takeaway message that I would like MSMEs administrations to take a look is, right now we achieve 60% of our population vaccinated. It will reach 80% within this month, which is the highest in Thailand. MSME play prominent role in this one, because MSMEs, the owners of the small, the owner of the small restaurant, small souvenir shop, they know their employee very well. They can recruit the people to be vaccinated. They can recruit their employee to receive the vaccine. And we have done that in Phuket. It seems that once we discuss with the small operators, the lead that they sense, they can recruit, they can effectively recruit their employee to receive the vaccine during the beginning of this vaccination campaign. And the second takeaway message is, as the academicians, we can help the small operator by communicating back to the central government that there are some small operator that cannot access to the COVID recovery fund. And the explanation could be simple as the commercial bank reject their proposal because the financial statement during the COVID year was no income. So it's right. You cannot get the COVID recovery fund because of COVID, which is seen to be right. Weird, right? Yeah. So we have to communicate this back to the central government. So that would be all for my presentation.
Okay.
Thank you for your participation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chayanon. Very interesting presentations. You mentioned that Phuket is greater than GPP. It is very interesting. And also government is allowing to have a MSME to operate their own hotel. And then when they got impacted significantly by the COVID, government subsidized by 40% of the room. That's very interesting lesson learned for others, I think. And actually, I have questions, but for those of the participants who wants to raise questions, then please do so in the question and answer session. I will then, the question will be picked by the organizer, and then one question for each presenter will be shown after the second presenter. Let me move to the second presenter, Professor Dr. Nunu Luin. She is now a professor and head of Department of Management Studies MBA program, Yangon University of Economics. She got her PhD from Yangon Institute of Economics, and then Master MCom from Risumaken Asia Pacific University, and Bachelor of Commerce in Yangon Institute of Economics in 92. Experience related to topic is the competitive strategy of Myanmar Brewery Co. Limited Myanmar, the role of entrepreneurship in SME development in Myanmar, the lesson learned from the experience of Korea. I believe her presentation is very interesting. The title is Entrepreneurship and the MSME Development in Myanmar. So without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Nunu Luin. 15 minutes is yours, please. Professor? Are you with us, Professor?
Dear Honorable Rector, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, speakers, and all participants, I wish you all Mingalava, very good morning. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all responsible persons of ITTP COVID-19 Scientific Committee and organizers of this webinar for giving me the chance to present my research work in this Value River events. My topics is entrepreneurship and MSMEs development in Myanmar. So let me start my presentation. First of all, I'd like to present the background information of Myanmar economy. According to the statistics of ASEAN, in 2009, gross domestic product of Myanmar is about 66.5 billion and per capita GDP is about 1,229 US dollar. The annual GDP growth rate is about 6.8% in 2019, and our average annual GDP growth rate is about 7.1% in last decade. But ADB expect that focus that for the 2020 GDP growth rate will be about 0.5% due to the impact of COVID-19 epidemics. In this slide, I present about the structures of our GDP. You can see that service sector is about 41% and followed by industry and then agriculture and resource-based sectors. And also inflation rate in Myanmar economy in 2019 is about 6.9%. Let me move on to next slides. So as all of we know, MSMEs are playing important role in any economy. In Myanmar, MSMEs is about 99.4% of all industry across the nation and 87% of manufacturing industry. The MSMEs are responsible for 96% of total economic activities. According to the SME Development Department data, the total register SMEs means small and medium industries, is about 43,000 in 2019. But there will be more registered SMEs than the registered SMEs. So let's please next slide. So in this slide, I'm present about the definition of SMEs here. So according to the SME laws 2015, SMEs are defined by three characteristics: capital, revenue, and number of employees. According to the number of employees, up to 50 employees is recognized as small enterprise in manufacturing, mining, and construction sector. But for the labor-intensive sector, small enterprise is allowed up to 300 employees. But in Myanmar, there is no specification for number of labor in micro enterprise. May I move on to the next slide? So in Myanmar, all SMEs have to register with relevant authority, depends on the types of this business activities, mainly in DICA, SSID, Directory of Industry Supervision and Inspection, DISI, and regional municipal office or township development committees. So they need to, sometimes they need to register more than one governmental agency. It leads to the inaccurate SME data because of the duplicate registrations. Most of the research are based on the data of DISI, because we can recognize as the SME data or DISI is more relevant source of data because of the all SME. They like to apply for SME loan, need to be registered as the DISI. So we normally use the DISI data for the our research purpose. Next slides. So in this slide, I'm present about the number of share number and share of SMEs in total enterprise. So as SMEs SMEs about 90% of total registered SMEs in last 5 years, and we also can see the growth SMEs grow rates. So number of establishment or SMEs are growing in these years. May I move on to next slides? Here in this slide, I'm present about the share of SME in different sectors. We can see that food and beverage sector has the majority of SME is taking about more than 50% of total SMEs are operated in food and beverage sector, followed by construction, mineral and petroleum productions and garment sectors. May I move on to next one? In this slide, I present about the institutions, organization and institution responsible for entrepreneurship and SME developments in Myanmar. The main institutions are SME Development Central Council, SME Development Working Committee, and SME Development Agencies. Next slides. In this slide, I'm present about the priority area of the SME's development policy. In the SME development policy, there are seven main areas: human resources, technology development and innovation, financial resources, infrastructure development, market access, taxation and other procedures, and conducive business environment. Next slides. So now I like to briefly present about the entrepreneurship in Myanmar. We can see the entrepreneurship is emerging trend with the transformation of economic system. The transformation of economic systems mainly aim to, for the SME sector, it is mainly aimed to create regional, innovative and competitive SME across the sectors to stimulate income generation and to contribute to the socio-economic development. As a result, we can see the growing business sector inspiring economic development with the evidence of increasing trend of SME establishment and more than 7% average annual GDP growth rate in last decade. The major sector SMEs are operating in Myanmar are manufacturing, construction, retailing, and agriculture and aquaculture. Next slides. So major factors contributing to the development of entrepreneurships in Myanmar can be categorized as the access to huge combined market with the country's strategic location between the India, China, and ASEAN. There are plentiful of fertile land, very climates, and abundant of natural resources. Encouragement and supporting policy guidelines of national and regional government, establishment of 90 industrial zones, improvement in ICT infrastructures, growing young and highly literate population, and emerging huge middle class. So may I move on to next ones? Main players in entrepreneurship and SME developments are presented in here. There are 5 institutions. They are mainly responsible for the SME development in Myanmar. May I move on to next one? Next slide. So in this slide, I'm present about the functions of SME Development Agency. It is about, it's related to SME registration, financial and non-financial assistance, SME data collection, analysis, and transmission of the information, market analysis, HR development, and etc. May I move on to next slides? So, in addition, we can see the other institution and agency for supporting to the emerging startup in Myanmar, like a business incubator and accelerators. They provide funding, training, mentorship, office space, and networking for emerging startups. There are several organizations operate as incubators and accelerator. And also other institutions provide, next slide, other institutions provide for the entrepreneur education in Myanmar. Mainly in this category, mainly played by the EDNA, BCB, and also AIESEC, and also GIS and British Council, and some etc. May I move to next one? Here, I like to present about the institutional capabilities of this organization. We can see that these institutions provide mainly training program for entrepreneurs and small startup firms, but they have insufficient supporting for startup fund. The reason are mainly because of the absence of concrete SME development strategy, no one-stop shop for business development centers, deficient legal framework for the development of economies system, weak coordination among agency, and limited capacity and resources. May I move on to next ones? Here, I'd like to briefly present about the digitalization of MSMEs in Myanmar. As a case study, I studied one of the MSMEs we call Nyanke. It's the first telemedicine company in Myanmar founded by the young talented graduates in 2018. They provide virtual clinic on digital platform, providing the healthcare service with more than 200 doctors and 26 different medical specialists. They deliver the healthcare service to the population, especially who have the little access to clinics and hospitals. For the recipient, they can use the electronic payment system for using this service. Next slides. They can get the appointment with respective doctors and connect with through the audio and video means. The service provided by the Myanmar include the online appointment system, consultation with means of video, audio, and text messaging from anywhere and any times, and keeping patients' health record in Myanmar database for follow-up treatments. Next slide. So we can conclude that Myanmar MSMEs in Industrial 4.0 era, there are some weaknesses. Low utilization, they are in the stage of low utilization of digital and smart technology, and they generally deploy labor rather than the technology to increase their productivities. It can reduce, although it can reduce their unemployment, low skills and low cost labor can cause the business to remain regionally uncompetitive due to the failing to reach the economies of skills brought by the digital technology. Moreover, the causes of low adoption of digital technology can be seen as the lack of infrastructures and understanding and experience of ICT, constraints in capital, and providing the desire to providing employment opportunity for large labor force. May I move on to next slides. In this slide, I'm present about the Global Entrepreneur Development Index of 10 ASEAN countries. We can see that Myanmar is the lowest ranked among the 10 ASEAN countries in global as well as in Asian Pacific region. So what are the reasons for that low GEDI index? Next slides. So there are several challenges for entrepreneurs and MSMEs. These are access to finance, access to local and international market, access to know-how, bureaucratic and administrative procedures and practice, ambiguity and legal and financial framework, underdeveloped physical and ICT infrastructure, high inflation and fluctuating exchange rates. Next slides. Underdeveloped value chain and supply chain management, difficulties in attracting and retaining skillful and experienced employees due to a relatively small pool of talent workers, disproportionate wages with the experience and capacity. Based on these findings, we found out the same way for work for the development of entrepreneurship and MSMEs in Myanmar. Next slides. These policy measures include, it is an urgent need to collaborate between government agency and private sector institutions for setting up the proper policies and applicable strategies. For the integrate the institutional framework, including strong SME policy strategies, effective and full way functioning implementing agency. to cooperate the coordination between the political, industrial, and academic sectors for setting up and implementing MSMEs related policy. It also needs to improve the long-term capacities of MSMEs by providing technical and financial assistance, skills and vocational training, and market informations. Next slide. And also, we need to set up supporting agency for helping SMEs for the understanding of the trade and investment policy reform by offering relevant information and service. We also need to strengthen the data collection practices and standards in order to build the reliable database of MSMEs in Myanmar. We need to accelerate the digital transformation for realization of the digital innovation for MSMEs. And we also need to enhance the competitiveness and innovation of SMEs to ensure the seamless integration in ASEAN region. We also need to create the linkage with global value chain or international production network to meet the stringent global standards of quality, price, time, delivery, and flexibility. Based on these measures, we can expect that our SMEs can be contributed to the economy, social and political development of Myanmar through better employment opportunity, high tax revenue, and creating value creation network MSMEs in Southeast Asia region. It's all of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nunu Luin. She has been delivering the MSME, the entrepreneurship in Myanmar. I think more or less they are same with in the context of Indonesia, like the MSME is contribute very significantly to the national economy. You mentioned data about the 90%. And also you mentioned data about the very interestingly that the major sector is manufacturing, construction, retail, and so on. So this is very interesting. And also you mentioned about the current MSME is on a virtual clinic, and this is very interesting. Okay, let me move to the question answer sessions. The organizer, any questions for these two presenters so far? No? Okay. You may, the organizer may later on display if there is any the questions, but maybe I just want to have one question for Professor Chayanun. You mentioned about the Phuket and the other tourist destination which you mentioned during the COVID is plus, not minus. That is, if not mistaken, Tamarat, right? So just want to know from you, what is the interesting part in Tamarat, so much so that during the COVID, people are not going to Phuket, but going to Tamarat?
Okay, this is a very good question, Professor Radia. and Nakhon Si Thammarat, actually, there is a current, how should I call this? There is a current interest place for Nakhon Si Thammarat. People went there for spiritual travel, for spiritual tourism.
Oh, spiritual.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
So we beside a big pagoda that we have in Nakhon Si Thammarat, we have a current spiritual tourism attractions that people went there to pray and yeah.
Could that be? I mean, if you say that because there is a spiritual activity in the Thammarat, can that be done also in the Phuket to attract more domestic local? Would that be possible?
We try, but the spiritual tourism must be based on the belief. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to simulate the belief within a few months. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I never been to Phuket, but I always I like to watch the National Geographic on the with program entitled Airport in Phuket. So from that program, I know very well that okay, the tourists coming from America, Latin America, and Europe, and so on. So I can understand that so many people are interested to go to Phuket. So, okay, any things that you want to add some more with regard to how to, how about the health precautionary measurement protocol in the Phuket? You mentioned that we need to open again the Phuket. How do you, save your people from getting the COVID? I mean, in the health measurement so far. What is your program?
Okay. First of all, we have to make sure that we accept already vaccinated people, vaccinated tourists. And not only that, vaccinated tourists plus the tourists must take the RT-PCR test before their arrival of Phuket as well. And most important thing is, and this is particularly useful for the small entrepreneur, is we only allow the operators or the tourism related business that have vaccinated employee more than 80% to serve the foreign guests.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor Chayanon. Just want to see whether there's a question to Professor Nunu Luin. Can you show up in the slide if possible? Okay, I got it from the text message to me. To Professor Nunu Luin, there's a question for you. The question is, how is the current government in Myanmar support the MSME, if any special initiative? Professor Nunu, are you with us? Hello, Professor? Okay, let me just wait for a few seconds. Professor Nunu, are you with us? Okay, I couldn't see on the participants. Hopefully, she's not getting trouble with the internet connection. Okay, Professor Nunu?
Sorry, there is a low connection.
Oh,
I
I
will
see.
tell you, please wait a moment, please.
Okay. Thank you for the informations. Yeah. Okay, this is the questions from Kevin. How is the current government in Myanmar support the MSME, if any special initiative? If Professor Nunu cannot join because of the internet connections, maybe any representative from the Yangon Economics University maybe can try to answer the question. Okay. Yes, Professor. The question is in the slide, Professor.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes. Direction. Yes.
Yes.
Current government, our Myanmar government in 2018, our Myanmar government set up the SMEs development policy. As mentioned in the previous slides, there are 7 priority areas of the SMEs development. But honestly speaking, there is a little there is a weaknesses in implementation, mainly due to the little coordination between the relevant agencies.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nunu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished our Q&A sessions. Let me move on to the third presenter. So the first and the second presenter are regulators, academicians from Thailand and also from Myanmar. And now we move on the practitioners. Here we have Ms. Kusuma Ida Anyani. She is now a director in business development and innovation in PT Mustika Ratu Terbuka. Her educational background is Master of Business from Monash University, 2009 and 2010, Master of Applied Finance, and the Bachelor of Commerce in Curtin University, 2006-2008, in Accounting and Business. The experience related to the topic, currently active in several organizations as a daily chairperson of PPAK Indonesian, Association of Indonesian Cosmetic Companies and Associations, Deputy Secretary General of the DPPGP Jamu, and also Chief Executive of the Miss Indonesia elections. Ibu Kusuma, are you with us right now?
Thank you, Professor Aditya.
Okay, 15 minutes is yours. Please, Bu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Aditya Sukmana, for the very kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. If I may, can I please get the help in terms of the presentation?
Yeah. The organizer will have.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Good morning to the ITTP COVID-19 Organizing Committee, all the speakers, honorable guests, and all the participants of this amazing webinar. First of all, let me shortly introduce myself. I'm Kusuma Anjani from Mustika Ratu, and Mustika Ratu itself is an Indonesian beauty, health, and wellness company that offers products and services that are made from combination of natural goodness and cultural heritage. This is where we're going to use the case study from later on in this presentation. It is actually an honor for me to be presenting here next to many great leaders across Southeast Asia in this prestigious educative webinar. I'm very grateful and thankful, and I would like to thank the Executive Office of President of Republic Indonesia and all the hosting universities and organizing committee of ITPP COVID-19 for this opportunity that has been given to us to share our passion as well as our journey in building up a business ecosystem where innovation and collaboration with MSMEs takes important part, especially during this pandemic era. On the next slide, I'm going to run through a very short introduction of the MSMEs landscape in Indonesia and how COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all businesses. According to the recent data from the Indonesian Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, the proportion of MSME scale business units in Indonesia has reached 99% with a workforce contribution of 97%. And apart from that, it also contributes to national GDP by more than 60%. This clearly shows how micro, small, and medium enterprises plays a very crucial role in Indonesia's job creation and economic development. And of course, this impressive growth in the number of MSMEs is also backed by the support that has been given by the government, which varies from various trainings, educations, and financial funding support to grow their business. Even if we look back to the past financial crisis, MSMEs took crucial part in the economic recovery. This is due to their nature and size of the business, where the structure tend to be more flexible. So they will become more adaptive to the changes in the business operation. Later on in this presentation today, we'll go through how a large enterprise learn to implement flexibility as well as adaptability into its business process and optimize collaboration with MSMEs during this pandemic situation to survive and to maintain sustainability. On the next slide, we actually have conducted a couple of studies to see what are the changes that has happened and how it affected most businesses due to COVID-19. Firstly, there has been a change in the habit or routines. So since the social distancing regulations was implemented, many people are forced to actually go digital. Why? Because as we can see, according to Indonesian statistic body, as per June 2020, 39% of Indonesian workers works from home fully. 34% combines work from home and office, meaning over 73% are impacted by this situation. Also supported by a study by Kantar that shows where 79% of respondents say that they spend most of their time at home, which means people are enforced to live with this routine and shift most of the activities from offline to online. And this has affected so many industries and also activities such as from the education, shopping, entertainment. And another thing that we have to be aware of is the digital side. We all know that there is a big shift to the digital, whether it's a marketing approach or it's a distribution approach. There's a big shift in there. And it is actually, there is from a study that has been conducted by Kantar, we can see and we can tell that 83% of people access internet daily, and approximately 80% of each social class access social media. So this shows how powerful is the digital world can get us to be closer to our consumers, especially during this pandemic. In addition, we can also tell there is, in relation to the industry where our business are working at, we can see there is some changes in the consumer priorities where people tend to spend money and savings on basic needs, and also things that are related to health as well as food. Next slide. We also seen so many success stories among MSMEs that took their business online and also engage in e-commerce channels. And that is experienced not only by the MSMEs, but also with large enterprises. And we can see in here, there's a big shift as a total, including large enterprises, from 28% to 44%. And we can also see that the number of transactions of e-commerce in Indonesia has increased significantly 9 times, which is, this is a background why I explained this in the beginning, because this will be very closely related with the ecosystem that we are building and use in these case studies. We actually believe that collaboration between MSMEs and large enterprise will create positive synergy that will help drive our business recovery faster. In the next slide, I'm going to quickly discuss about Mustikartu's action in a business ecosystem and why we want to do this. So we know that we have to work together to support MSMEs, and we know it is the backbone of the economy. And Mustikartu itself was born from a mission to promote national culture heritage. In Mustikartu, we started as a micro business, and then we grow until now. So it is all started with the gifted extensive knowledge and skills by Mrs. Muriati Sudibyo, who are the granddaughter of the 10th King Pakubuwono of Java, where she started the business with only 2 employees and initial investment equivalent to $1.5. So we started the business as in a micro scale, and then now grow larger into larger enterprises and listed in the stock exchange. So far, we have produced more than 1,000 products, and as a 49 years old age of the company, we had a long ride to reach where it is now. And MSMEs is an important part, integral role of it. So for example, I may put here 90%, but it's actually more than that. It's almost 100% of our herbal raw materials were actually purchased from local MSMEs. So in every step of our business journey, our founder and previous leader has embedded a strong value on how we must contribute to the society by prioritizing local resources and involving MSMEs in the process. And the next slide, I'm going to show how what we have done. So recently we have formed a new management team, and we have a big task of doing a business transformation, especially in the midst of pandemic. We are all aware that this goal cannot be achieved simply by working alone. And we believe that collaboration across different enterprises would be one of the key to progress forward. So Jamunomics. Jamunomics is actually a term that is introduced by our CEO, Mr. Egy Situmorang, where the terms itself derive from the word jamu. Jamu is the Indonesian herbal and natural medicine, and economic. Why jamu? Because herbs as an ingredient play a significant role in our product's composition. For example, in every single product of ours, we always try to add Indonesian natural ingredients. In Jamunomics, we map the process from the very beginning until before the product or service is delivered to our customer's door or to the community. So through Jamunomics, we actually encourage our team to pay attention more to the business process in details, in order to perform continuous improvement as well as increase efficiency. As we can see here, there are about 13 green boxes in the process during the process, and there are 14 boxes, and out of the 14 there are 10 that are colored green, which shows that majority of the process actually have a heavy involvement of MSMEs. We found that the majority are very agile and also very creative. Therefore, it suits us where most of our strategies implementation requires prompt execution and flexibility. We are aware that we live in the 4.0 era, where agility has become the key success. Hence, working with MSMEs has helped us to speed up our business process efficiently. So, for example, in local farmers, over 90%, as we mentioned before, our herbal raw materials are originated from the local MSMEs. And if we move back again, we also have a collaboration with cooperative to help us sort the ingredients. And from there, after manufacturing, there are a couple of processes that help us progress with the go-to market strategy. And first of all, media agency, for example. We normally use a creative for creative activation. We optimize the collaboration with the local MSMEs in the industry. And the next one is Putri Indonesia, or Yayasan Putri Indonesia Foundation, which is a platform for young Indonesian women to develop their talents and then compete in the international pageants. We involve so many locals, MSMEs from background of tourism and creative economy, as well as fashion. Through this platform, we brought and promote the creative cultural-based products of Indonesian MSMEs into the global audience. We support the internationalization of MSMEs product through 3 international platforms that is conducted yearly, which is Miss Universe, Miss International, and Supranational. And also the most important part is actually this Jamu Cafe. So we're working on a project where we are aiming to provide standard business concept, trainings, and partnership with MSMEs who would like to open a Jamu Cafe. And we hope for this to be launched this year. So together, using our strengths in business experience and manufacturing facility, where it is ISO standardized and halal certified, we want to help. We want to grow together. We want to move forward together with MSMEs to internalize Jamu. And another part is also spa wellness as well as trainings. We have an education center, Muriati Sudibyo Education and Learning Center, where we provide series of classes that develop entrepreneurship skills and prepare students with professional skills in beauty and wellness. Many of the students of the center actually open their own business. And this is actually our main goal. We want to create more, and we want to contribute to the growth of MSMEs in Indonesia, especially in the beauty and wellness industry. And the next slide. This is just quickly showing what we have done with various MSMEs. Even before the pandemic, we have started a collaboration partnership with a startup cosmetic company where we help with the partly funding and also with the manufacturing, and we provide trainings in terms of the marketing approach and the digital approach, and this, as well as using our strengths in distribution. So we are moving forward together. And on the next one, we had just signed like a MOU with KDI, Koperasi Dagang Indonesia, where we hope that in the future we can contribute to the ecosystem, where we can explore further engagement of our local suppliers of raw materials that comes from farmers. And through Taman Sari Royal Heritage Spa, it's actually a spa where we provide franchise partnership for an investor, and the other one is reseller opportunity. It is a job creation. The reseller opportunity actually founded during the pandemic. So the idea came up where we want to provide opportunities for those who want to start a business, or those who actually lose their jobs and they want to start small business. They can become our partners. We provide them trainings and platform, also products to sell. And the next slide.
You have a 1.5 minutes, Ibu Kusuma.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I'm almost finished. So this one is one of the example where we synergize technology, science, multidiscipline, and MSMEs. So this is a product that we have produced and recently received a top innovation award. So we work together with an institution in terms of clinical trial. We work together with University of Indonesia, and currently we're preparing for a clinical trial for adjuvant of COVID-19 treatment. The materials are purely 100% sourced from Indonesian MSMEs, and all the 5 ingredients are actually ancient Indonesian herbs that has been around for ages and have a really good immune boosting function. So this innovation actually come up and is able to be done because of the collaboration together within such a short time. In order to also support the mission of the government to end the pandemic, we have created this innovation. And the next slide. It is actually proven this collaboration has helped the growth of our healthcare, traditional medicine, and herbal drink categories to grow 168% compared to the year before. And we hope that for our future collaborations, we can actually create more MSMEs, especially through the Jamu Cafe. So we can, and so we would like to actually encourage all the large enterprises to do the same. On the next slide.
Can I make a conclusion?
Yep. Yes.
All right.
Okay, to summarize, we believe if we put passion to work and shape a mission that can provide a greater impact in society, success will follow afterwards. And I hope through this session, we can encourage all other large enterprises to increase the involvement of their business transactions or programs that offer opportunities and partnership with MSMEs. Thank you so much for the opportunity for today.
Thank you, Ibu Kusuma. It's very interesting presentations, especially on the Jalmu Cafe, and also how you maintain the MSME by giving a service in the entrepreneurial class, and you combine with the technology, science, multidiscipline, and MSME. Very interesting. I believe that we can learn a lot from this, Mustika Ratu. Let me move on to the fourth presenter. He's Pak Hari Kasuma Aliwarga, Kiwi Aliwarga. The current position institution is a CEO in the UMG Myanmar, President Commissioner of the UMG IDA Lab, and currently a PhD agriculture candidate in agriculture. His educational background is Institute Teknologi Indonesia and Asia Institute of Technology Thailand, MIT USA System Dynamic, and University Gadjah Mada Indonesia, doctor in agriculture. The relevant topic is seeing the impressive growth in the Southeast Asia technology. Okay. Bapak Kiwi Aliwarga, are you with us right now?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Kiwi. You have 15 minutes for your presentations, please.
Okay. So you will help me on the slide, right?
Right. The organizer will help you. You just say
the next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attentions. I saw many speakers that already discussed about the importance of MSME across Southeast Asia, ASEAN, and also how it impacts in the economy, both locally and regionally. Today, I want to discuss basically 2 case study inside UMG Idea Lab. One is in the form of agriculture. Another one is in the healthcare sector. Next. So let me introduce you Idea Lab. Idea Lab is a venture builder. Yeah. Most of the startup here are venture builder by Idea Lab, meaning that we have the visions, we have the expertise, and then we find more collaborations to establish and execute the ideas to become a startup that is useful for society. So next. Next, yes. Why is digital? Many already explain that our MSME is not yet engaged in digital and digitalization and technology. Why is it? Because the gap in every country are different, and the policy are different, priority are different. So that's why implementation of digital technology in MSME is very vary across Asian nations. Yeah. So if we think about society 5.0, or it's still a little bit distant. Yeah. For many countries, but for some countries that they're already in rather advanced in ASEAN. So it's quite difficult to generalize on one term. Next. With us, yeah, we have three priorities. One is the technology that fight climate change and maintain food security. Second is reducing income inequality through healthcare and education. And number three is enabling small, medium enterprise to compete globally with technology. Next. How can we make success of our SME? So we need to engage them and bring them the feel of resilience. What is resilience? Resilience meaning that you know what you want. Yeah. Second, and you understand what is the situations around you, the reality facing us, and then ability to adapt. I think that is the key if we want to go digital. Yeah. Next. This is case number one. Next, please. What is the problem? Today, the crop failure everywhere. We can see we just have a very few short fall of rain. So there is not enough water. It is dry and most of the country. Yeah, there is the forest fire. There's in Australia, there is the mice attack and pest attack, so many because of this climate change effect. Next. We also have rapid populations and pandemic situation that make us difficult to distribute the produce, the product, and then we have some an area of major crisis. Some have abandoned, in the other place have shortages and very severe conditions. Next. Why we face this kind of situations? Because of weather change. Weather change trigger pest and disease increase. And then water resource also have difficulties. Some area heavy rainfall, some area has no rain. So the environment for agriculture is very much changes. So, but the knowledge of the farmer, the gap of knowledge of farmer cannot cope with the fast changing. Yeah. So we need to help the farmer how they cope with this kind of situation, this kind of changes that rapidly change to them. Next. By climate change, there are unpredictable weather. They do not know how to determine planting schedule. Yeah. They do not know how is the best for them. Yeah. Is there any other better way or cheaper way or more effective? What kind of commodity to be planted? Controlling and managing soil fertility. Yeah. Then how to sell their goods, their commodity in a fairer price. Next. In MSME, we have a technology as a solutions. We provide the soil and weather sensor with water depth sensors. We have the apps of Free Text Bertani, and we have precision irrigations. we all use machine learning and algorithm for farmers to increase their productivity, yeah, for farmers to be able to fast mitigate pest disease attack. Next. But technology alone cannot solve the problem in farming industry. So the solution should be in the agribusiness integration ecosystem, where the on-farm more technology applied. We have the monitoring land conditions from the data from satellite or data from the drones, and also off-farm, where we help the farmer transact their commodity with fairer price. So this is all combined into one ecosystem of agribusiness. Then it can make benefit for the farmer. In the ecosystem also include the financial institutions, also insurance company that can secure the commodity that they grow. Next. The process of technology implementation farm here, we scan first, maybe we have from the data satellite, then we have to know better ground. So with the drone, we map, then we know exactly where we should put the sensor and what is the sensor, how is the sensor can help to mitigate how many hectares of land. Usually one sensor can cover 500, maximum around 500 hectares of farmland. So actually, if one sensor, they can provide so many information for the farmer around the sensors to have more precision farming. Next. So the sensor is connected to the applications. Yeah? So the farmer will know what happened and what should they grow in the future and what happened to their plant. They can just take pictures and then know what kind of insect, what kind of disease happening in their plant and how to mitigate it very fast. And then this also can be seen by the people who give the finance to them and also end users. If they want to buy what happened, some customer already very long time customer, so they know when is the harvest, so they can also help trace because they buy the product from direct from the farmer, so they want to know the traceability. Next. So this is about the apps. You can see later. Next. The achievement is we have one in the Singapore, Alipay, and in Southeast Asia and region Asia, and the last one is the next one is in Hannover Messe, Hermes Award. Next. The second study is Widya Smart Health Watch, WISH. It's a personal health assistant with artificial intelligence. What is this? So let me explain, because this one is could help actually if it is used. Next one, please. If it is used together, it could help reduce the spread. Yeah, it's a wearables. Yeah, this wearable is built by ourselves, our team. We have 8 startups that work for these solutions. Yeah, so it's initiated actually last year in March when we start to have the COVID and how we should make solution to help remedy this COVID. Next. So the wristwatch is used in your hand, right? They will monitor your personal health. Yeah, they have a temperature, oxygen level in your blood, and they have the heartbeat. They have the cholesterol level, glucose level in terms of trend. Yeah? And then they put in mobile apps. You can see through your handphone what happened to your body, all the time, your stress level, and then they have the analytics, the analysis of your health, and then they have the report. Next, the beauty of it, you can see the features. The beauty of it, it is connect directly with the telemedicine. Next. Meaning that when you connect with the telemedicine and when you chat with the doctors, they will ask whether you allow the doctor to see your data or not. If you allow the doctor to see your data, then the doctor can see the trend of your health from your drive from your wristwatch, meaning that how's your temperature over time, how's your heartbeat over time, how's your oxygen level over time. Yes, the doctor can see, and the doctor can have more precise inquiry to people, to the patients. Yeah, so we no need to go to the doctors. And also we have the tongue assessment. So we have collected more than 8,000 COVID tongue photos. So we understand if people with COVID have different type of different color texture of the tongue.
You have 2 minutes, Dr.
Yeah,
Mr.
so we have this this assessment with 87 confidence level that we can determine them whether they are suspect or not suspect of it. Besides that one, we also have the geofencing, meaning that if one building all using wristwatch, we know who are healthy and who are not healthy, and they will give alert within 20 meters or 10 meters radius. Next. Yeah, we have geofencing, we have tongue coating tests, we have telemedicines. Next. The key point that I want to share with you is, in growing society 5.0, we need to reform our education system to be able to collaborate with trust. Bringing 8 startup different technology together is a nightmare. It's difficult in Indonesia. It's something that we have homework in our education system. Education system, our education system must not be based on competition, but collaborations. Second is there should be enforced on IP, intellectual property law. There is not so many, except in very developed Asian nation that already put emphasize, but none of them in this talking about IP law. Yeah. Adapting mindset of user are more challenging than developing the technology, meaning that the technology is not useful if it is not used by the people. So adapting this, changing mindset is more complicated. Everything will be personalized eventually. And ASEAN should cooperate more closely in many aspects, work concentration in each strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kiwi. You have reached 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting wristwatch that you have just mentioned. And also, I believe technology also important to equip MSME who are in the agriculture sector. Right, now we move on to the question answer for the third and the fourth presenter. The organizer, can you show up the questions? Okay, to the Ibu Kusuma, are you still with us, Ibu Kusuma?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, right. So this is the questions for you. You have very good network or consortium, including MSME, university, large company, and others to sustain your business together with MSME. From your experience, what are the challenges to work with so many stakeholders? How your network working together? You have specific platform for collaborations. What is the role of university in your network? Please.
Yep. Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much for the very good question. So I will start first. How we do we specific platform for collaboration? Okay, so I'll start with the role of university in our network. So we have a couple of collaboration with various university and institution in the past in relation to research. So we have, especially in terms of research of new products or herbs or natural ingredients that can create an innovation and some new and create a product that can answer the needs of consumer. So for example, what we have done in Herba Mono Plus, it's a supplement for helping maintaining immune system. We work together along with multidisciplines such as pharmacists, scientists, and as well as we involve University of Indonesia to actually prepare to work along together with the research in the clinical trial. So we try to actually utilize very many aspects which can be done from research and development. And when we talk about university, apart from research and development, we also have collaboration in terms of human resources and in terms of business projects, how we can collaborate creating a webinars and education series. So there are actually so many things that we can do. And in that type of activities, we can involve MSMEs in the business. In terms of working with MSMEs together, for example, would be, let's say, our Jamu Cafe project that we are going to launch. We actually already have a pop-up Jamu bar. Pop-up Jamu bar that promote the fresh idea of having Jamu for young, introducing Jamu as a traditional heritage drinks, but also a healthy drink that is cool, that is not old, and that has a very good flavor, because Jamu itself is sometimes associated with a bitter flavor. We want to change that mindset. And in doing so, we actually collaborate with a creative agency that's categorized in the MSME scale. And also the sourcing, we utilize fully from, in terms of the raw materials, fully from MSMEs. So that's where it's located. I mean, that's how we utilize the network together to collaborate to create innovation. And with this Jamu Cafe that I mentioned before, in the future, which we hope to launch soon, we're going to create a partnership. And this partnership is specifically tailored to open opportunities for individuals who want to set up a business within the scale of MSMEs, and who wants to push the same mission, who wants to go forward with the same mission as us, which is to introduce Jamu to the world. So we want to start with the nation. We want to create the awareness and the love of Indonesian products, especially Indonesian heritage products in Indonesia, and then we want to move forward to internationally, and we want to do it together. So that's two of the case studies that I used to explain. And in terms of challenges with working with so many networks, probably in terms of the executions. However, with the enhancement in the technology, where now we can actually, especially with work from home, everyone is getting more efficient. We can work from Zoom, and there are so many platforms that we can use, and also the enhancement with the technology has helped us increase the business in terms of the administration. So it can help us accelerate the progress or the completion of the project faster. So I hope that actually I hope that actually answer the questions.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Kusuma.
Thank
Let
you,
me,
Professor.
let me move on to the questions to Bapak Kivi. Is there any? Yes, the organizer, can you show up the question directed to Mr. Kivi? Yep. Mr. Kivi, are you with us?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, this is the questions. You manage a lot of startup or MSME. How the coordination among them, whether they have a common communication platform. According to the committee of this webinar, we will set up ASEAN consortium to support the growth of MSME. What is your suggestion to make this initiative success? Please.
First, as I explained earlier, to have the collaboration among one startup is very difficult. Talking is easy, theory is easy. They say, oh, we have to collaborate each other. Bullshit. It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult. Why is this? Because it starts from very early childhood educations. Yeah, we are not be trained to collaborate and to trust each other. We are be trained to compete. That's why we're very difficult. That's why we in Idea Lab have more venture builder than venture capital investment. Actually, it's that difficult. So, but it's not impossible. It is difficult, but not impossible. So, meaning there is the way. We have the communication platform, and we have some projects do together with several startups to build a new products. Yeah, it's ongoing all the time. Yeah, we have very exciting product coming up. Yeah, from several startups working together. Yeah, and on the ASEAN consortium to support grow MSME, I think it's a good idea. I also tell it's very difficult. This one cannot be one medicine fit all, because each country have very different stages in their startup, in their MSME conditions. Yeah, stages, and the quality of MSME also different. If we have to have the platform, we have to categorize them in the right ecosystem, so we can have more effective improvement. We cannot generalize one solution fit all. It's not work. It's a waste. That is my recommendation. Thank you, Professor Raditya.
Thank you, Mr. Kiwi. So basically, if there's an attempt to create the ASEAN consortiums, what is your comment? Are you supporting this attempt of the establishment, or what is your suggestion to make this consortium
Yeah,
success?
I would like to recommend for this, but it should be held separate stages. You know, some MSME who have these stages is not going to go mix with the earlier stages. So and also they have to have a segmentation of the industry, because each industry also different. The requirement also totally different. Yeah. So we need to categorize them smartly. Yeah, that is the challenge. It's not impossible, and I support on that one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kiwi. Thank you for the both speaker, Ibu Kusuma and Papa Kiwi. Just stay on. Maybe we can have later on the photo sessions. Let me move to the final presenter. She is Colin Rex. Current position is the owner of the Ideas Generator and Actuators, Rex Ideas, and the director for Asia of the Global Trade Professional Alliance, GTPA. Her education background was RAU Johannesburg University, BA Psychology, Sociology, English, Parktown Girls High. Experience related to the topic, Collins is currently delivering the GTPA's Australian Award funded project to build the support services for small businesses in the 6 Asia Pacific countries, working to implement sound international business practices in MSMEs. Madam Collins, are you with us right now?
I am with you. Thank you very much. And I believe I'm supposed to be running my own slide deck. So if you're allowing me to share my screen, I can do that.
All right. Now you can share your screen.
Thank you very much.
15 minutes is yours, please.
Thank you so much. getting the slides going. Thank you very much to the organisers for having me today, and also to the Victorian State Government for inviting me to speak. As you've heard, I'm Collins Rex. I am a director with the Global Trade Professionals Alliance, and I have worked with MSMEs for probably the past 20 odd years, specifically from an education and training perspective, but also from a mentoring and coaching perspective, and of course gathering ideas from them as we've moved through this process. So today I'd like to talk to you about the role of product classification in strengthening MSMEs in Australia. But of course, a lot of these concepts are applicable across the board, across ASEAN, and indeed across the world. GTPA is an organisation that cultivates international standards within the international trade sector. We hold several ISO certifications, so we certainly understand the value of those standards. Our aim is very much to create a trade environment that is both inclusive and trusted by all, and we've currently partnered with the Victorian State Government through Global Victoria to deliver a comprehensive export skills program, which is aimed at upskilling MSMEs across a range of international trade areas. And of course, the upskilling of MSMEs is where the crux of the matter really is. So today I'd like to talk to you briefly about HS codes, additional requirements in Australia, challenges for MSMEs, benefits for MSMEs of product classification, and also the use of HS codes and the internationalization of MSMEs. And then finally pausing on some assistance for Australian MSMEs, and then I'll be more than happy to take any of your questions. So first of all, let's start with the basics. What exactly is an HS code? HS stands for Harmonized System, or in its long form, the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, which was developed in 1988 by the World Customs Organization. Now, HS codes typically are 6 to 10 digit figures, and they really apply to all manner of products from one end of the spectrum to the other. There are thousands of HS codes. Each code describes specific goods, and all customs agencies are able to very easily integrate these goods into their systems. So the HS consists of 5,000 commodity groups covered in 99 chapters containing 21 sections. And chapter 1 is live animals, going right through to the end of the scale where we find works of art and collectibles. And it's identified by a 6-digit code. It's arranged in a legal and a logical structure, and it's supported by very well-defined rules that enable us to achieve uniform classification all over the world. Now, in Australia, we have a further requirement when it comes to classification. We have the AHEC code, which is the Australian Harmonised Export Commodity Classification. And this is a code that is used by exporters and customs brokers and freight forwarders in the classification of goods that are leaving Australia. And this enables us to very clearly track what goes out of Australia, which classifications those products are, and therefore we're able to keep a very accurate record of the sectors that are most commonly exported in Australia. And the classification in Australia is based on the 6-digit H system, and then it's got a couple of digits at the end, which then help us with that statistical tracking in Australia. Now, there are several challenges inherent in the system for MSMEs, and particularly because the HS system can be complex, it can be very difficult to implement without extensive training. Products that rely on multiple inputs are particularly problematic. So it's relatively easy if you've got a simple product like, for example, frozen beef. It becomes a lot more complicated if that frozen beef has been processed and it's had various other inputs into it. So let's say, for example, the frozen beef is transformed into a cooked product, which is then frozen and can be used as a filling for a pie. That becomes a lot more complex and very difficult sometimes for MSMEs to navigate their way through. Now, incorrect classification can result in warnings or fines, or in the most extreme cases, criminal prosecution. So if a good arrives in the country into which it is being imported and it has been incorrectly classified, at best, it could result in delays in entering that country. But of course, at worst, if it has been completely misclassified and therefore is an entirely different product, it could be seen as an offence. The incorrect use of HS codes can make it very difficult to capitalize on the benefits of free trade agreements as well. And it is in the free trade agreement space that HS codes really come into their own, particularly when used by smaller businesses. There is also an issue with the reliance on the expertise of customs agents that can lead to a loss of control by the MSME. So because they struggle with the classification themselves, they tend to abdicate the responsibility to their customs agents or their freight forwarders, and that means that they lose control of the process entirely and they don't build up any knowledge either. Also, frequent revisions of the HS system can result in the discontinuation or the merging of some codes because the system is revised by the World Customs Organization every 5 years. Now, we've looked at some of the challenges, but there are very definite benefits for MSMEs in using the classification system. First of all, the HS encompasses a legal text and extensive explanatory notes, which ensure uniformity in the interpretation of these various commodity groups. That means that it's not up to the MSME to explain what their product is, how it functions, why it functions in this certain way, why it is attracting certain tariffs, etc. It is all already encompassed in the code. The HS dispenses with the need for lengthy descriptions, which means it minimizes the risk of errors creeping in that system as well. And the classifications are, in most cases, understood globally. Now, I say most cases because there are some countries that have slight variations in the interpretation of the HS system. But mostly, if a 6-digit code is ascribed to a product and that 6-digit code is mentioned anywhere to any customs organization in the world, they will understand what that product is and they will understand what in their own country and through their own regulations are accrued to those 6 digits. So the HS enables international comparability of trade statistics too at the 6-digit level. We can compare those 6 digits for a specific product across multiple economies, and we can get a sense of what is happening to that product in those various economies. So that means it's easier for us to analyze international trade and its globalization of national economies. Because the HS contains detailed descriptions of commodities, the headings and the subheadings can also then be used as building blocks for other product classifications. Now, when we look at HS codes and the internationalization of MSMEs, some interesting stuff emerges. Of course, the effective application of international standards builds trust and gives credibility to MSMEs, and it allows them to take their rightful place in global value and supply chains. Several of our speakers today have already referred to the importance of global value chains. Supply chains equally important. It is only by entering those chains that MSMEs are truly able to grow on an international standard. So by correctly using HS codes, which are just standards in truth, MSMEs align themselves with the language used by experienced players, and they are by implication taken more seriously in the international business environment. It is by entering global value and supply chains that MSMEs are most likely to grow internationally. And there's a flip side too. By correctly classifying products being exported and imported, governments are able to accurately trace the commodities being traded from a statistic perspective. And that means that governments know where best to apply the support mechanisms that they have in place for MSMEs. They know where to apply in which sectors. And of course, that is particularly important as we start tracking our progress out of COVID-19 and start building back better after the pandemic. HS codes and the internationalization of MSMEs also has a very real component when it comes to free trade agreements. MSMEs are traditionally very slow in capitalizing on the benefits of FTAs because FTA texts, as we all know, are long and complicated and really difficult to understand and actually very difficult to find anything of relevance. MSMEs believe, and mistakenly so, that FTAs are only applicable to the big players. MSMEs also don't often have the resources to interpret FTAs and claim the benefits, and they don't, very importantly, understand the rules of origin and how to comply with preferential tariff rates, etc. HS codes make it so much easier for MSMEs to claim origin and to generate the necessary documentation so that they can absolutely capitalize on the benefits of free trade agreements. Because the HS code automatically encapsulates all the rules around tariffs, quotas, taxations, etc., it removes the burden of research from time-poor MSMEs, and it makes it less likely for mistakes to be made, thereby building confidence in MSMEs to expand internationally. Now, in Australia, we've recognised that it can be very difficult and complicated for companies to correctly classify their products according to the HS system. And of course, also to understand more about those free trade agreements and the rules and the regulations that govern those free trade agreements. So Australian MSMEs have access to the Australian government's free trade agreement portal. In the portal, they can find detailed information on Australia's trade agreements, detailed tariff information around the agreements, any additional certifications that they need for their products before they can capitalize on those benefits. There's also an HS code lookup functionality, so you can type in, for example, frozen beef and your HS code will come up. It provides up-to-date trade data, so it makes it very easy for companies also to research what is being traded from Australia and into where. And it also provides information on trade opportunities, which of course is vitally important for MSMEs to get a sense of where it is they should be aiming to expand next. And it also gives information on services commitments. So of course, we've been talking about products, we've been talking about product certification, but services is a whole other layer of complexity. And you see in front of you there that FTA portal, if you want to go and have a look at how it functions.
You have 2 minutes.
Brings me to the end.
Okay. Okay.
I was waiting for you to interject, and I realized this is where we've come to the end of it. So I've actually covered quite a lot of ground, and some of it quite technical. I've tried not to be too much of a trade nerd in my presentation today, but I'm more than happy to take any questions as we go forward, and I'll hand over now and stop sharing my screen. So thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. It's been really great to speak to you and to hear all the other presenters to date, and I look forward to listening in on the rest of the sessions for the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colleen Rex. I believe the code is very important to identifying the product and make a classifications. So now we are move on the question and answer session. So please, the organizer, can you show up the questions? Yes, please. Okay, I have, okay. Let me just read because I got from the private message the questions, Ms. Collins. How is the possibility to integrate the HS code in Southeast Asia MSMEs? Any digital system? Okay, you may see here.
Look, there's always been a bit of an issue around trade documentation and the digitization thereof. It's very difficult in some jurisdictions to have electronic documentation that contains the HS code, but it does exist. In terms of the integration of the HS code into Southeast Asia's MSMEs, there is no need to integrate it because it is already part of the international trading environment. So every business that trades across borders, if you're involved in cross-border trade, you are already having to use the HS system. You really have no choice in traditional export circles. If you're working through e-commerce, again, if you're working B2C, you're probably not going to use your HS codes because the rules are a bit different. But as soon as you start working B2B, whether it's through e-commerce or traditional channels, you have to use the HS code. You have no choice. So you will be using the HS code already. Now, in terms of finding the information about the HS code, it's really actually quite simple at the most basic level. If you just Google HS code, you'll find the 99 primary categories, but every government really has its own classification portal. It's rare for a government not to have some sort of classification portal. And if there isn't a classification portal, some of the international ones would work just as well. So you can go to the World Customs Organization and you can find all the HS codes there, and you can certainly find at the most basic level what your codes are. And then there are some software packages available too that you can type in a really basic product description and it will spit out your HS code at the end. So there are ways for you to find the codes. You can do them through the World Customs Organization, through your own trade portals at your own government level, or through indeed Australia. The United States has some very detailed portals available as well. But in terms of integration, you don't have to integrate. It's already there. It's not something new. This is an old system. I hope that answers the question.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Colin Rex. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have been listening to the 5 presenters so far. I believe that a lot of things we can learn from each of these presenters. So for the remaining 3 presenters, the moderator will be Ibu Nisful Laila. Ibu Nisful, are you with us right now?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, so let me pass the moderator to you, please.
Thank you, Professor Aditya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nisful Laila from Erlangga University, Indonesia, and I'm pleased to be the moderator in the second session of this webinar. And thank you for still being with us until this noon. And we will discuss about very interesting topic in this second session. As we all understand, it is very important to strengthening the MSMEs with support on financing sector, as usually MSMEs got difficulties in this matter. It is also very important to support them through set up regulation and policy that give beneficial the most for MSMEs. So to discuss those important topic, we are very lucky to have 3 prominent speakers already here with a very strong background and from the respectful institution. First, we will have Mr. Amam Sukrianto from one of the biggest bank in Indonesia, which also focusing on MSMEs financing, Bank Rakyat Indonesia or BRI. Mr. Amam Sukrianto right now is a director of small and medium business of Bank Rakyat Indonesia. His educational background, master degree MBA from University of Adelaide, Australia, and from bachelor degree from Agricultural Industrial Engineering, University of Brawijaya, Malang, Indonesia. His experience related to the topic is a director of small and medium from Bank Rakyat Indonesia, and also BRI is one of the largest state-owned bank in Indonesia, established in 1895, more than 100 years, and leading on micro, small, and medium business. Professor Mr. Amam Sukrianto, you are with us?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Thank you. 15 minutes for you, Mr.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Nisful Laila. Good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon already, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be given the chance to speak in this important forum, of course, representing Bank Rakyat Indonesia. As Ms. Nisful Laila mentioned, it is one of the biggest banks in Indonesia. So I will share with you all some important information about Indonesia's economic structure and the importance of MSMEs to the economy and how BRI serve and help MSME customers to recover and sustain their business during this pandemic. Mayank, will you help me share the slide?
Okay, we got it.
Okay, got it, right? Okay, so like most Asian countries, Indonesia's largest economic power lies within the micro, small, and medium enterprises, which is contributing about 99% of the business populations. The segmentations here in Indonesia is determined by both the size of the assets and the annual sales of the business itself. In terms of volumes, the MSME contribute about 60.3% of Indonesia's economy and employing over 97% of the workforce. However, during the pandemic, MSME segments becomes the worst affected. As we can see on the slide, based on our internal survey, around 42% of the MSME stopped their business operations due to the difficulty of obtaining raw materials, a drastic decrease in demand, a significant decrease in profit, the difficulty of distributing product, or combinations of them. This is partly caused by the social distancing policy that we take to prevent further spread of the virus. Based on this fact, we may conclude that saving MSME is vital to save the economy of Indonesia. And if we are successful in making MSME survive, then we are successful to save Indonesia economy. But surely this is not easy. Collaborations among all stakeholders become imperative to make it successful. We come to the next slide. We cannot deny that the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly changed the customers' behavior. Before the pandemic, we know that the customers were more comfortable to shop directly through brick and mortar shop, doing their transactions in cash and spend their money for the needs beyond the basic needs due to the increased number of middle income populations here in Indonesia. However, during the pandemic, consumer value propositions began to shift. People are staying at home more longer, using virtual media for their activities, shopping online more often, and even using mobile and cashless transactions and spending income mostly for the basic needs only. So this slide shows us where BRI plays a role in the financial industry of Indonesia. Here we see that the BRI is the largest bank in Indonesia in terms of assets, with assets of about $100 billion and become the leader in the micro lending. I repeat, become the leader of micro lending with market share of about 65%. It can be done by leveraging our unrevolved assets to underpenetrated low income and middle income populations. With such propositions, BRI act as an important player to support Indonesia's economic recovery and growth. The following two slides shows us how the collaborations among stakeholders such as Central Bank, FSA, in Indonesia we call it OJK, and the government to support the economic recovery program in response to the pandemic. This side are various support of central bank to push demand and consumption, such as keeping interest rate low, relaxations to loan to value for consumer loans, introducing digital payment platform, tax exemptions for luxury goods, and lowering risk-weighted asset. While the next one, these ones so that FSA and government of Indonesia introduced this series of regulations to make the economic recovery program work. Notably, from FSA, we have the relaxations of restructurings and the implementations of one pillar, which is ability to meet interest and principal payment in determining the loan quality, while the government introducing various subsidy and social assistance programs to keep the purchasing power of Indonesian people. So how BRI support those stimulus? Those stimuli are proven to be effectively boost economic recovery in Indonesia. That's not only for BRI, but also for all stakeholders, including the customers itself. The stimulus help BRI in controlling the credit risk, but also encouraging selective growth as well. And thus, we use that to increase our penetrations to a lower segment, which is not, which is under micro segment, the so-called ultra micro. The image on the slide shows each government policy is cascaded to BRI product and services, and it's a positive outcome. BRI is the lead bank, which distributes the biggest portions of a government's stimulus program, mainly delivering the stimulus for SMEs customer. Hence, BRI has a very prominent contributions for national economic recovery. So how BRI successfully adapt its strategy during pandemic? Here are what we do. So during this pandemic, I think strategy adaptations for the new normal, which has been discussed previously, is a must, of course. To maintain sustainable business, BRI put people's safety at first place. So we have to make sure that all brilliant, we call BRI workers brilliant, insan brilliant. We put them safety at first place, of course, while we keep on managing sustainable business growth and uphold good corporate governance. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how BRI is successfully dominating the SME segments? It is because we treat our customer as a lifetime partner. I think that's the very key success factors of how BRI managed to dominate this segment. And it means that we help them to grow the business. So to adapt to that, we build our organizations to guide the customer journey from incubation phase until they become global player, from being unfeasible or unbankable to become a very big business. As shown on this slide, for feasible yet unbankable customer, we develop them through business literacy And for those feasible and bankable, we empowered them with digital literacy training. As a result, in March 2021, even in the midst of a pandemic, around 737,000 customers, mostly our MSME customer, could upgrade their business size through that program. This means that business coaching has proven effective in increasing the business scale of MSMEs, despite external challenges caused by the pandemic. Okay, this slide shows the result of our dedications to MSMEs. Though pandemic is still around us, BRI still managed to achieve positive performance. In March 2021, BRI loan portfolio still grew by 1.4%, while the industry posted positive minus 3.8%. The other financial indicators like net interest margin, non-performing loan, and loan-to-deposit ratio, we are still better compared to the industry, even though the CAR, capital adequacy ratio, we are below the industry, but that's still very high above the regulated CAR. Lastly, BRI is ready to face the new normal and future challenges to continue serving Indonesia's unique market. The Indonesian market has challenges of rapid change in consumer behavior, a growing youth populations, huge market potential, and challenging geographical conditions. BRI prepared itself to be a hybrid bank. Once again, hybrid bank that combines digital capabilities using big data and artificial intelligence, which we call BRI Brain, and we also leverage our strong network presence. We have implemented digitalization strategies since back in 2016, focusing in three aspects, namely digitizing the core, building digital ecosystems, and creating new digital propositions. BRI will also implement strategy of going smaller by dig deeper into the ultra micro markets, go shorter by giving a loan with shorter tenors, which means lower risk, and go cheaper, go faster, especially in the effort to penetrate to the ultra micro markets with a potential customer of about 30 million. And I think that ends my presentations. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you can get some useful information from our experience. We all know that the pandemic is not over yet, but let us keep our optimism high and we continue these close collaborations among countries in nations. We have to be sure that soon we will see the bright light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amam Sukrianto. It was a very interesting presentation with so many information. And I can imagine that if BRI collapses, then the nation will collapse, because you support so many MSMEs in Indonesia. Thank you very much for still stay strong until now. And it is also, I highlighted some point from your presentation that there are stimulus from the government and also increase consumer, would you call it ultra micro consumer, which is very interesting, the untapped market before, I think. And also low loan restructuring and loan relaxation. I think that's what MSMEs need in the pandemic era. And surprisingly, as you still book positive performances in terms of loan growth and then deposit growth, and I'm very happy that you still have LDR more than around 89%, much higher than the industry. And surprisingly, again, NPL is still below the industry. I think that's all wrap up from the Mr. Amam presentation. Any question, anyone from to Mr. Amam? This one from Ibu Norayati Nordin. Thank you very much. MSME is a very critical condition during this pandemic. How do you ensure the initiative by BRI reach the right target of MSME?
Great. Thank you for the questions, Ibu Norayati Nordin. I believe it's a she, right?
Yes.
Norayati Nordin. So we built these capabilities not just in the past few years, but we've been building these capabilities through our success in the last 3 decades, probably, starting with the introductions of micro outlets. So back in 1980s, I believe, we convert all the government-led program at that times to a business unit, and then we know well our potential, we know well the market potential, because we are there, we are spreading all over Indonesia, and the problems now, we have to find how to reach them efficiently. So that's why since 2016, we introduced this technology, digitalizations, and our digitalizations at that time is focusing on how to make the business process more efficient, so we can serve more customers. So with that, we assure that we know well our customer, we know well our surrounding potential. That becomes the basis of why we still survive and we still manage to grow with as a MSME.
Okay, I think that's quite answer the question. And I believe there are still many questions for Mr. Amam, but unfortunately the time is up. Mr. Amam, I hope you can participant have your PPT, because there are pack of information. I believe my student will need it so much to do research for their thesis or dissertation.
Sure. We'll leave the presentation slide to the committee, I think. Thanks, Ms. Wall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amam, and see you again next time. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us move to the second speaker. It is Mr. Sunar Basuki. Mr. Sunar Basuki currently is a Director of Institutional and Planning Permodalan Nasional Madani Indonesia, or PNM. His education background is a Master of Business Administration, University of Scranton, Pennsylvania, USA, and Bachelor of Economics, majoring in Accounting, University of Indonesia, Jakarta. Experience related to the topic, he is now a Director of Institutional and Planning Permodalan Nasional Madani. Without further ado, let's hear Mr. Sunar Basuki. Mr. Sunar, 15 minutes is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to Dr. Lisful Laila as moderator, all keynote speakers, all speakers, and all webinar participants. It's a pleasure and it's an honor for us to present about the role of PNM, state-owned company, which has a special role, special task to empower micro and small business in Indonesia. Before I present further about the business and role of PNM in empowering community, community-based lending, micro and small business in Indonesia, let me first briefly explain the history and profile of the company. Please, the slide, please.
Pak Amir, can you help for the slide? Okay, thank you.
Please, the next slide.
Yes.
Yes, PNM is a state-owned company, 100% owned by the government of Indonesia. PNM has authorized capital around 650 million US dollar and paid up capital around 270 million US dollar. PNM has authorized, PNM is regulated and supervised by Financial Services Authority of Indonesia, or OJK. PNM established on June 1st, 1999 as a specific financial institution. Initially, PNM ran a credit program from the Central Bank of Indonesia to micro and small business through banks, cooperative and microfinance institution. Is a two-step loan. In 2008, PNM transformed its business by providing direct loans to micro and small businesses. In 2015, PNM went even deeper by providing loans to group underprivileged women. Next slide. Yeah, PNM has a core business in empowering micro and small businesses. PNM has two business lines, namely Mekar and Ulam. Mekar is financing for underprivileged women. Underprivileged women's group, accompanied by group coaching and empowerment. The loan size is between 150 to 700 US dollar. It's very small. Previous slide. Yeah, after observing and reviewing the growth of customer business and consider that they need more funds, we provided a higher amount of financing and began to change the pattern of business assistance to the next level to support our customer. Ulam was formed to appreciate the success of customer in developing their business. The loan size is between 700 to 15,000 US dollar, and PNM still guide them with a capacity building. Next slide. This is a very custom business. Sorry if I use the technical terms in this presentation. In this slide, I would like to explain about the business model of community-based lending or group lending. PNM is not only giving them a credit line, but also responsible to guide them, coaching them to develop their business, needed social engineering to develop this group. Contrary to regular lending, group lending must meet several criteria so that the financing objective can be achieved. Therefore, discipline and solidarity are needed so that the group can be empowered to build their business. The first criteria, as we see in the slide, is they have to form the group with 10 to 30 members. The second criteria, that they have to responsible in the group to pay the weekly installment. So it means if one member is unable to fulfill his obligation, all other members are responsible for fulfilling the obligation. This is called the solidarity. This is also answer why the non-performing loan in group lending is much lower than regular lending. The third criteria, they have to commit to attend the weekly meeting. This meeting is less than 30 minutes a week. This mechanism is intended to ease the installment because the payment every week is considered easier for customer. Consequently, we have more than 40,000 field assistant or account officer to collect the installment and provide and educate the basic principle in doing business, to be honest, disciplined, and working hard, and how develop the business. In the new norm, the weekly meeting is limited to maximum 5 customers and comply to health protocol COVID-19. The fourth criteria, they have to utilize the money to productive business. This is not consumer. We have control mechanism to monitor and control the utilization of our financing facilities, including through group mechanism. And this lending is no collateral. Everyone who has problem getting financing will easily get, as long as it meets the financing requirement. PNM as a state-owned company provide easy access to financing and the entire community. Last criteria, that the loan size is not more than $700 US. In addition to providing financing, we also responsible for maintaining group mechanism and providing basic training in business development. In the short weekly meeting, we always emphasize discipline, including pray, declare customer commitment, collecting the installment, 10 minutes business coaching, and declare group commitment. After the several years conducting the business, we evaluate customers who need to be appreciated for getting higher loans and getting advanced training and empowerment. At this stage, we provide business sector clustering. We are not only giving them financing facilities, but also giving them intellectual capital, like some trainings, applied technology assistance, business coaching, and giving them social capital, like networking and business strategy. Next slide. In this slide, I will explain about our customer profile. As of May 2021, we have 9.5 million active customers, and 63% of them, or 6 million customers, already have bank account. 100% our customers are women, with income per capita per day is less than $1.99 US. No funding facilities, bank or financial institution can be accessed by them because they are very poor. The only one funding facilities is from SAP loan, which will make them unable to get out of the circle of poverty. They are usually work in the informal sectors, street traders, individual farmers, fishermen, scavengers, who have low education, but they have potential. Skill could be developed. Most of them do business in the trade sectors, and most of them live in the islands of Java and Sumatra in line to the population density. Next slide, please. Yeah. As of May 2021, PNM have more than 50,000 employees, and most of them as account officer or field assistant. 98% of them are millennial, and 87% of them graduated from senior high school. We recruit the account officer or field assistant from local people, so they know the habit and culture of our customer. We have 42,000 account officer or field assistant, and most of them, or 95% are female, and 95% also graduated from high school. And we have education program to our employees, getting higher education and career path to other state-owned companies. For network and outreach, Next slide, please. PNM now has more than 3,500 service offices in all provinces in Indonesia, serving 443 regencies or cities and more than 5,000 sub-districts. PNM will continue expand the business and coverage area to serve financing and business empowerment to all prospective people in Indonesia. Next, please. Yeah, this is the last slide about the PNM records. PNM CAR, community-based lending, was launched in early 2016 with very rapid business growth and becoming the market leader in community-based lending industry in Indonesia within 3 years. In the period March to June 2020, PNM experienced business decline due to the impact of the pandemic COVID-19. But in July 2020, PNM success to accelerate the business and becoming the biggest community-based lending company in the world in terms of active customers, with more than 9.5 million active customers, surpassing the Grameen Bank from Bangladesh, which has 9.3 million customers. The last but not least, now PNM have a record as a biggest group lending for women in the world. So that's all our presentation. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Sunar Basuki. It was a very insightful presentation from you, and also again very rich with the data. Usually we talk about MSMEs in a big hotel, in the fancy places, but PNM, I think, already give the concrete work to help them to be survive, especially during this pandemic era. I note several items from your presentation. First is Mekar, and secondly is Ulam. It is very interesting because for Mekar, it's a community-based lending with all of them are women. Why women? And later. And Ulam is a little bit difficult, a little bit different with this business capacity development. And it is very small amount financing that you give them, and not only give the money, you also focus on not only financial capital but also intellectual capital and social capital, which is very interesting. And once more, from the human capital, you have 95% senior high school as an account officer, and again, all are women. I think it is very interesting, especially when you surpass the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, more than 9.3 million customer. It is very interesting and very concrete work that you have done, PNM. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunar Basuki. Now, Q&A session for the audience. Is there any question? If not yet, I want to know why women, as I mentioned before, and how you survive with so many account officer and so many customer. 9.5 million is not easy to handle, and also they are very small financing that you give to them, which is a bank maybe hands up, don't want to work with them all. Why PNM want to hard work for them?
Yeah, thank you. It is not a gender, but actually, based on research, international research, women have a more commitment to be responsible to the economy of the family. We just use it because this is international research. So actually, we found that the statement is right. This is proven by the number of non-performing loan in PNM Mekar. As of May, is only 0.15%. So it's amazing. And in the next period, in the next year, we will still develop the business until we cover all of the people that needs the funding to improve the economy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sunar. And there are, we have another question from Zahrina Anwar. Do you have program to support MSME, not only in Indonesia, in Malaysia maybe?
Yeah, now we focus in Indonesia because there is a lot of people needs fund, but it's possible to in the future we expand the business in other country. I think Philippines, Vietnam is already have a big company, but it's possible to expand the business in other country.
Okay. I think that's answer Zahrina Anwar question. Thank you, Mr. Sunar Basuki. Actually, I want to know more about how you help them in terms of social capital, but seems we have no time left. I'm very sorry. And thank you very much again for your presentation. And again, we need your PowerPoint to my student to do research, because what we have done by PNM is very interesting, and it's helped a lot, I think, from our MSMEs. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Sunar Basuki, and see you again next time. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have our third presenter. Our third presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Telisa Aulia Falianti. Current position our company is Assistant to Presidential Special Staff Indonesia and Associate Professor Faculty of Economic Universitas Indonesia. Her educational background, PhD program from University of Indonesia and master program also from University of Indonesia, Jakarta. Her experience related to the topic is Director of Master of Public Policy from 2018 until 2013 until 2018, and member of Economic Committee and Industry 2017 until 2020, and also with Bank Economies from 2009 and 2010. Impressive. Mrs. Telisa will talk about the harmonization of SME policy in ASEAN. Without further ado, we're all keen to hear from Dr. Telisa. Dr. Telisa, again, 15 minutes for you. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Nisful. Whether my voice is clear? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, clear.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon for honorable speakers, keynote speech, and also all the participants of this webinar. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to discuss about, actually we're recapping for maybe all of discussion from the morning until now. All should be take in the framework of the harmonization of SME policy. Each country especially has their own policy, and how we can coordinate and synergies to increase our SMEs competitiveness. Please, next slide. Whether the committee should share the screen. Okay, Mr. Amir, could you share the screen? Or okay. First of all, we should see what in the framework of ASEAN Economic Community, like Dr. Aladdin has told us in the first time. We talk about the IC Blueprint 2020 and 25. We see that in the next decade, ASEAN will also provide an emphasis on the development and promotion of micro, small, and medium enterprises in its economic integration efforts, because there are 5 highly integrated and cohesive economy, a competitive, innovative, and dynamic ASEAN, and then enhanced connectivity and sectoral cooperation. So, in line with this one, the MSME in ASEAN, and also we talk about the simplification of the implementation of the rules of origin implemented by ASEAN member states. It is so that the particular participation of MSME to encourage them to expand, upgrade, and deepen their linkage within the region. Next slide. So, for the next slide, please. Mr. Amir, for the next slide.
You can
Okay.
see.
We also will.
Okay, go on.
Next slide, please. Okay. For the next slide, we see that there are the works toward facilitative standard and conformance. So, when Ms. Colin Rex said about the certification HS codes, so it is very important for us next to work in the facilitative standard and conformance. This involves accelerated implementation of harmonization of standards and technical regulation, and then improvement of quality and capability of conformity assessment, enhance information exchange on laws, rules, and regulatory regimes on standard and conformity assessment procedures. So, ASEAN needs for the regional cooperation to facilitate MSME upgrading towards regionally and or internationally agreed standard to facilitate export. Next slide, please. So, in the next slide, we could see that there are some variations of policies and regulation in the SMSE development in ASEAN. For example, in Cambodia, there is a SME development policies and 5-year implementation plan. In Laos, for example, there is an SME development plan for 2029 and 2025. In Malaysia, for example, there are the National Entrepreneurship Policy. In Philippines, MSME development plan. So, and other countries example. So, we could see that each country has its own policies also to develop the MSME. Next slide. We also, from the research from ASEAN Development Bank and also from area, we could see that there are several different bodies in the government that regulate the MSME. There are also intergovernmental policy coordination bodies and also policy implementation agencies. So each country has its own style in its regulators and regulatory bodies and also the policy implementing agency. But how we could cooperate next, I think it's also depend on the harmonization on about the how in each regulatory can coordinate. And the second one also about the financial inclusion related policy. Financial sector to support MSME is very important. And there are some example. In Indonesia, we have national strategy for financial inclusion. In Myanmar, for example, there are financial inclusion roadmap. So how each countries could collaborate and coordinate in its own of the financial roadmap. Next slide. In the area research and also from the ADB research, we could see that each country has again regulatory bodies and then how what is the law. We can identify the law in each countries. Yeah, so each country has its own law about SME, about entrepreneurship, about the industry. So there are many variations on it and how we could harmonize and synergize the differences. The differences could be how it could be collaborate further. Next slide. There are next slide again. We will skip for this. Yeah, again, next slide. Okay. There are some example. There are many lists of the policies and regulation in the region, but I will only take some example. For example, in Thailand, there is a policy about the smart farmers. Yeah, about smart farmers, how the government of Thailand very supporting for the smart farmers. And then in Malaysia, for example, there is a program of formalizing informal businesses. And in Brunei Darussalam, there is the program for the opportunities for youths to start, own, manage, and run a businesses. Next slide. And in Singapore, there are very interesting policy. For example, the grants for the SME with the Go Digital program, and it connect with the SME with innovation agents. So I think we can learn from Singapore how they could have this program. Okay, next slide. Okay, some of the business men that already in the first session has already discussed about e-commerce development in ASEAN. So how about in ASEAN picture currently? In ASEAN, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia currently has been the world's top market with the highest online shopping penetration rate. And in the next 5 years, an increasing share of consumption increments will come from the global e-commerce growth. E-commerce market in ASEAN have grown very significantly. Since 2015, we could see that the number of internet users in 6 ASEAN countries is around currently 283 million in this growth, and projected to be continued to annual rate of 17.7 until 2020. Next slide. What is the benefit and cost of e-commerce itself? Yeah, the benefit, of course, it could do the reduction in cost, greater price transparency, and wider diversity of goods. And there is also a cost of disruption. The research from PricewaterhouseCoopers has seen that several industries in ASEAN has been disrupted by the e-commerce. For example, the industry of accommodation booking, flight booking, land transport, cosmetics and beauty products, and also the fashion
Dari pagi
products.
dari jam 8 itu ada 2 meeting
Next
malam.
slide.
Terus jam
Next slide, please. Okay, so we could see Indonesia is currently has the largest shares in the regional markets, yeah. But according to Chen, the region needs the commerce and digital trade for 4 aspects. First, we should also care about data connectivity. The second one about logistics to facilitate the free flow of goods and services. And the third one is about the financial connectivity. And the fourth is about the seamless links between cyberspace and commerce networks. So it is our homework if ASEAN want to develop its e-commerce in the future. Next slide. There are also some interesting figures that the smartphone penetration in ASEAN currently also has the increasing trends. Yeah, even Singapore is the best one in Indonesia. In ASEAN for the fixed line broadband subscription, but we are still lower than Korea and Japan. So in developing, we should see our comparison benchmark, yeah, with other advanced countries is as the benchmark for us to next develop. Next slide. And also, except Singapore, the average connection, the speed of internet, yeah. If we talk about e-commerce, don't forget about the speed of the internet itself. That in average, except from Singapore, the average speed of internet connection in ASEAN is slower than in China, for example. Next slide. And if we compare ASEAN with other regions, we are also like we are lower than European Union, of course, yeah. So it is of course one of our homework too. Next slide, please. Okay, one other important issue is about the affordability of internet. Yeah, compare with India, that internet is very affordable there. Yeah, there are some countries in us that there are the decreasing price, but there are, for example, in Myanmar here, the price of the broadband is relatively increasing. Yeah, from 2014 until 2018. Next slide. Besides affordability of the internet, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. We also talk about the next slide. one of the supportive is about the cyber security. Yeah, Malaysia, Singapore, and India are the best in terms of the cyber security. If we talk about e-commerce and financial technology in ASEAN to help SME digitalization, of course, we should care also about the cyber security readiness. So this is also become the policy harmonization that we should work on this. Next slide. And also logistic infrastructure. Next slide. Yeah, we should also care about the improvement of the logistic. Next slide. And also about e-payment readiness. Yeah, there are some score and index for each countries about e-payment readiness that also become our homework to-do list. Next slide. And also about National ICT Authority of Plan. So e-commerce should be supported by ICT. For example, about talking about the data privacy, talking about cybersecurity, talking about internet connectivity and high-speed internet and other is also the issue in the National ICT Authority of Plan for each countries in ASEAN members. Next slide. I think this is also has been discussed. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, about B2B, B2C, and other. And next slide, please. Okay, there are some problems in e-commerce that we should also note here. There are some barriers that may be a hurdle. For example, the technological infrastructure and also legal and regulatory framework can also inhibit cross-border trade. How about the cross-border trade? Yeah, we tend to protect also our businesses and our SME, for example, and how competition not harmful also for SMSE in ASEAN. Yeah. So about the piracy and the sale of counterfeit goods are also the common threats to consumer and business alike. Next slide. So there are also important agenda for ASEAN. Most of ASEAN members is also the member of RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership that signed since 2020. And one of the clauses in the RCEP is about the information sharing. We should go in detail what RCEP means by information sharing. Because if we see in this clause, there is a clause that said that promote the sharing of information related to this agreement that is relevant to SME, including through the establishment and maintenance of a publicly accessible information platform and information exchange to share knowledge, experience, and best practices among parties. So this should become our discussion, yeah, because RCEP is relatively a new one, and there are several concerns about this. Next slide. Also about competition policy. SMSE should be protective from the unfair competitive practices. Yeah, we already identified in each country a law of competition and about what about the to-do list. Yeah, we have the to-do list here, like for example, the analytical framework to use when assessing markets. Yeah, multi-market sided and the use of wide more improved multi MFN. Yeah, and most favored nation, yeah, and the working towards harmonization to access in online markets, yeah, and also there are several also about IP rights, yeah, and cyber security. So it is our to-do list. Next, we go to the key takeaways. Yeah, so in conclusion, my key takeaways here for the next slide, yeah. To improve the ASEAN SME Policy Index, and the key takeaways is harmonization of SME policy to increase SME internationalization and competitiveness, and also the roadmap of cooperative action for the ASEAN SME digitalization and internationalization, developing a clear framework on e-commerce and fintech in ASEAN, and also anticipating the implication of RCEP clause for SME and about the information sharing. So I think that's enough. Thank you for the opportunity. Hope there will be a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talisa. It is just in time. You use your 15 minutes very wisely. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many information we have from Dr. Talisa. It's 15 minutes lecture session, but like 3 hours lecture in class. So many data, very important, and also information. I write down several points from a presentation of Dr. Talisa. There are differences, policies, regulation in each countries in ASEAN, and also how internet in 6 countries in ASEAN are very high to 183 million, which is very huge. Opportunity to have e-commerce, and also a wider diversity of goods because from the e-commerce and transparency and etc. And also Dr. Talisa mentioned about the smartphone increased tremendously right now, and speed of internet in ASEAN surprisingly higher than in America from the data from Dr. Talisa. And also affordability of internet, India is still the best, and cybersecurity is still our homework, especially in ASEAN, and a payment readiness also mentioned by Dr. Talisa. I think there are now we come in a Q&A session. I read there are questions for Dr. Talisa. Pak Amir, can you okay, it's in the Q&A. Good afternoon. I would like, it's from UI, Dia Zulfa Salsabil. Good afternoon. I would like to ask to Ma'am Talisa, in Indonesia during pandemic, here, thank you. During pandemic, especially the first time of lockdown regulation, or other name is PSBB in Indonesia, even though they could sell it in e-commerce, but not much people using it. Also, consumer confidence that decreasing during the first time of pandemic happened in Indonesia. This kind of situation will affect the productivity of MSMEs industry. So the question is there any policy and regulation for MSME in Indonesia to maintain this situation? Maybe to solve the situation. Okay, please, Dr. Talisa.
Yeah, thank you to Dias for the questions. Yeah, very interesting questions. Yeah, yeah. If we talk about the adjustment, yeah, for the first time, the consumer confidence in Indonesia is, of course, in all for around the world, yeah, will be declining. But yeah, because this is the first time pandemic that Indonesia, of course, and around of the world maybe faces, yeah, the hardest like this, and so we need like an adjustment. At the first time, of course, there is will be a shock, but after that there are some adjustment. Yeah, of course, we are agile and adaptive. Yeah, we can see currently that the consumer preference changes. Yeah, but in the first time there are also some sort down. Yeah, and then at that time usually the policy to maintain is, of course, like the government subsidies, government support is very important, because in the pandemic condition, the agent that can still survive in the economy, like the theory of the Keynesian said, that it's always the government. Yeah, so it is the role of the government to support. Yeah, so there are many helps for the SME to survive. Yeah, so I think in other countries in ASEAN also doing the same things. Yeah, so the first time is support, and then after that to help the recovery, and after the recovery the government can decreasing their intervention. But in the first time, of course, there will be some intervention from the government to help the SMSE, especially not all SMSE cannot do the digitalization. We know like the tukang bakso or the very micro, yeah, in the micro level, that should be face-to-face interaction, because if we identify several business, for example tourism, and then for example, yeah, maybe a very small seller that usually needs the interaction, yeah, need the place, need the inta, sometimes it cannot be digitalized. So not we realize that not all of sector of SME could be digitalized, of course. So for this, there are special treatment. That should be a special treatment for those who cannot digitalize. Yeah, we need like the special policy treatment. Yeah, for example, that one that could protocol, yeah, health protocol, how we do a help for the MSME to apply the health protocol, a very tight health protocol, and then do the vaccine to increase the confidence, because we know that vaccine is one of the tools to increase the consumer confidence. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talisa. There are still several questions, interesting one, but I'm sorry that we run out of time. And again, thank you very much, Dr. Talisa Aulia Felianti. Hope see you soon, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to another agenda, which is recommendation. Sorry. Beside all those speakers, we also have special guests from our colleague from the ASEAN countries who will present briefly the problem and solution about MSMEs in the countries. I think it is very interesting because we will hear from 5 countries in ASEAN region. The first one is issues and recommendation from country representative. The first one is issues and recommendation from our friend from Vietnam. It will be shared by Professor Trung Quang Nguyen from MIT University of Vietnam. I hope I spell right. Professor Nguyen, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. You have
Thank
3
you.
minutes, Professor. Sorry.
Thank you very much for having me. Furthermore, I would like to thank once again Professor Eko Supriyanto and the organizer to have the invitation so that I have a chance to present at this amazing webinar about this important topic for the case of Vietnam. But since time is limited, so let me go straight to the point. So regarding the need, right? So look at the need, and you may have known that in Vietnam we have about 800,000 enterprise, and 98% of them are MSME. But the problem is that if you look to the distribution, you will see that there is a missing link, and also the missing the medium size. By this I mean 75% of MSME is micro enterprise. Therefore, the need here is to grow these micro enterprise, and they need to be nurtured, they need to be developed and get used to with the international business standards like Ms. Colling Direct have just presented. So this is, I think, the important need for the case of Vietnam. Next slide, please. Okay, you put in one slide, right? So the issue here is that we have, our recent research published by Stringer Singapore recently, we put quite a lot of the challenge facing an issue facing the MSMEs in Vietnam. But we doubt to, in this presentation, I present 4 of them. Firstly, the logistic infrastructure. It includes both. It includes both, right? So it's soft and also hard in infrastructure as well. And we have also the corporate governance issues, and because if you look at the recent research, and we can see that there's quite weak corporate governance in Vietnam. And when it comes to the big firm, lead firm for global, let's say global value chain, if they want to integrate into it or move off all of the big firm, they need good governance in place. And Vietnam, due to the size, due to the problem that I presented earlier, it's really hard for them. And also the third one is the access to the formal credit, right? It's very difficult because these firms are too small for them to provide collateral, provide all sort of requirements by the bank, and that's the reason why it's really difficult for them to go forward, right? So and finally, digital transformation is a must, but it's very difficult for them. So my recommendation is, how can we initiate some initiatives to reduce the logistic cost? The best practice from ASEAN or from other country in order to to have the peer pressure for all of the governments and also other stakeholders to help the firm. Secondly, how can we strengthen the corporate governance, the best practice to help the firms? And the next one is the better access to formal credit. So that I think is important right now, because they need to have the more practical support scheme. The banks and the government have to be understanding the more and provide more practical support. And finally, the digital transformation is not high. I need to tell you, especially with the COVID and many challenges. We see earlier from other presenters saying that they are suffering. You know, they don't have the resource. They know that, they are aware of that, but this is very difficult. So how can we, like Ms. Sari presented earlier and many others say, how can we change their mindset? That's the most important one. Secondly, we have the skill set and then the tool set to help them to, you know, on board, because as of now, they don't know how to navigate their way through. So I think it's only 3 minutes. I know that the urgency, that is the long one, but I would like to take this chance because we have been doing a lot of research on this one, digital transformation, managing smart transformation at RMIT based in Vietnam, and collaborate with a lot of big firms like KPMG and many others, non-organized organizations here. So I'm happy later on that we have a future collaboration with ASEAN and other college in other university. Thank you once again for giving me a chance to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nguyen Kung Trung, for the information. It is very interesting and ready to have collaboration to do research with you as well. I thank all the academicians here also. And now, issues and recommendation. Thank you very much, Professor. Now we are going to issue and recommendation from our colleague from Cambodia will be presented by Dr. Sok Sere, Royal University of Phnom Penh. Dr. Sok Sere, 5 minutes, not 3 minutes, 5 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for workshop committee that gave us the opportunity to share about how that SME is very important for Cambodian economic growth and employment. SME is contribute 58% of GDP and employ around 70% of national labor, accounted to 3.5 million people. So we have many more things to do. Here, based on my opinion, I raise 4 needs that in order to help improve the situation of SME in Cambodia. Actually, there is around 500,000 SME in Cambodia, but less than 10% of SME register officially. So even based on the industry development plan, our country want to increase to registration by 80 to 95% by 2025. So very important for us to ensure the registration. The second one is about science and technology infrastructure, which comply to the regulation of the country. And also it's very important for us to take care about patents and copyright issue, because it kind of encourage people to produce some new technology. According to the National Bank of Cambodia, 66% of SME are challenging to access to the capital. So access to the capital is very important for new and young SME in Cambodia. Even the national policy of Cambodia also promote the PPP, called public and private participation. They are very important. This policy is very important to make it move through the competitiveness of the SME in Cambodia. Please next. Next, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. There are in this occasion, I would like to share you 4 main. No, back, please, back, please. Okay. 4 issue is challenging for Cambodian to promote industry 4.0. Actually, Cambodian SME is still challenged to adapt to the new technology, as the fact that 90% of SME depend on basic level of technology and infrastructure. And second issue is, as you know, that electricity, infrastructure, and other supply is quite expensive in Cambodian. So it's quite challenge for the SME establishment, especially the new one. The third problem is that as we don't have much information about the market as well as trade issue, and also we don't have enough incentive to promote the product. Lastly is that most of the SME in Cambodian are not exporting. It just produce the product for sale, and it family based. So we need more work to do in order to promote our product to export overseas. Go to the last slide, please. Finally, I think in order to promote SME in Cambodia, in order to promote SME in Cambodia, I have four. The enforcement of the law on patents and copyright are very important to encourage the young and new initiative technology. The second one is very important for Cambodian to speed up the official registration, and it's also important for tax collection. The third one is the promotion of research and development is very important in order to create a new product, as well as the available of the national fund to promote the access of the local capital for investment, also very crucial for government agency in order to promote the SME. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swat Sere from Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia. There are several agendas that have been mentioned about R&D issues, tax issues, and also inadequate supply of electricity infrastructure and so on. Thank you very much. And now we will move to our colleague from Laos. Issues and recommendation from Laos by Mr. Somchit Sampasut from the National University of Laos. Mr. Somchit, 5
Hello.
minutes. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce about MSME in Laos. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about needs. In Laos, we have almost 200,000 enterprises that register on the system, which is official system from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, which is covers almost 99% of the enterprise SME, and which Laos has a focus in SME policy improving and legal and regulation environment to support SME development policies since early 2000, which, if I remember, it's since 2014, the government is actively enforced and then supporting the SME development, which is benefited from a relative good institutional framework and dedicated fund SME development. So year by year, we have a better index from the ASEAN SME Policy Index. But geographically, SME appears to be demonstrated in the country's three most populous provinces, like Vientiane Prefecture, which is the capital city of Laos, and then which covers about 28% of the MSA. And Swanakhet, which is in the central part of Laos, and third is the Champasak province, which is the population of SMEs almost 10%, with significant toward the capital city, which means we need to collaborate with all the stakeholders to improve the registration for the SME development in the country. So next slide, please. So now the issues for the Lao MSEs, as we know, we have a limited infrastructure barriers to starting business, which is as reported from the World Bank and then World Education. Medium-sized enterprise had limited transportation infrastructure, which is a key constraint to doing business. While small enterprise also have a tax incentives, which I see many academias has in many countries, especially in our region, we have a very similar situation. And at the same time, SME in Laos, we have a barriers expansion which may be missing middles of the country production structure. This is also the same because SME needs development, capacity building, and production quality, productivity development. There are many emerging economies in Southeast Asia and beyond. At the same time, Laotian enterprises have success only to a small domestic market for a good service, and also very few Lao enterprises can export, which is, I would say, what we are discussing now. Also, Lao SME provide a slightly high structural contribution for employment. So the government also have a give efforts to strongly effort to support this. For my recommendation, my personal recommendation for Laos, the government, of course, the government has working on improving the SME regulation since very long time, but we need more improvement for the regulation regarding to the SME. And at the same time, we should harmonization of the ASEAN among the region for the better business environment, not just for domestic, but for foreign firms, infrastructure. And at the same time, product quality. We should work together, harmonize with the ASEAN countries, especially not just the region, but we have a COMB countries as well like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam to certification of the product quality. And at the same time, for the access to the market, we have as you know, in Laos, we only have about 7 million for population. So if the growth of SME needs to B2B platform to harmonize with the ASEAN country, as well as neighboring countries. And the government regulation is need improvement to harmonize with the ASEAN. And another recommendation is a supply chain. Supply chain is regarding to the logistics of the SME. ASEAN consortium that I have seen for many researchers and academia presented. And of course, we cannot avoid for the digitalization of the SME is a very helpful beside the financial or credit assessment. It's a digital platform and platform sharing with the ASEAN countries. So this is some ideas from my point. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somchit Sampasut from National University of Laos. He recommend Laos have a regulation improvement for MSME and certification in terms of the quality of the product, B2B platform, and ASEAN harmonization and consortium. I think it's very fit with this today's topic. Now we go to the issues and recommendation from our neighbor Singapore. Will share by Mr. Ang Chien Nan from Singapore SME. 5 minutes for you, Mr. Ang Chien Nan.
Thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the time. My name is Kevin. I will represent Mr. Ang Chien Nan from Singapore. Okay, maybe next slide.
Go on.
Yes. After all of this amazing webinar, one of the most important things that we need is cross-border collaboration. To be globally competitive, regions need to take into account the dual innovation phenomena, increasing international linkage and the persisting importance of geographic proximity. For many regions along international border, collaborating with an international neighbor may make sense for innovation-driving growth. In Southeast Asia country, we have ASEAN for the cross-border organization, and with ASEAN, we have a lot of cross-border collaboration, including AFTA or ASEAN Free Trade Area. We hope with this cross-border collaboration, we can support local trade and manufacturing in all ASEAN countries and facilitating economic integration with regional and international allies. At the end, we can accelerate economic recovery post-pandemic COVID-19. Next slide. And several issues we have to face are market size. Domestic market getting small and restricted due to increasing competitiveness between industry. And besides of that, we have to face slowing project cycle for completion, marketing activities, and customer visit. And the last issue, we have to face shortage of manpower due to border controls. Next slide. Okay, for all of them issue, our recommendation are first, exercise the digital or virtual exhibition to reach bigger market size because we know with digitalization we can reach wider consumer. Second, vaccinated passport sought to be recognized for every country and that can use for gateway to access to start new normal life and accelerate economic recovery post-pandemic COVID-19. And the last recommendation is standardize some protocol from immigration process such as COVID test, quarantine day, visa approval, and another. I think that's all our recommendation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kevin Muhammad, representing our colleague from Singapore. They unfortunately cannot coming today. And now we go on to our colleague from Brunei Darussalam. Issues and recommendation from Brunei Darussalam will present by Dr. Masairul Masri. Dr. Masairul Masri, you have 5 minutes from now.
All right, thank you very much for inviting me. So this is from Brunei Darussalam. So can we go to the next slide? The next one. Okay, so basically for Brunei, MSMEs, it comprises of around more than 90% of the enterprises in Brunei Darussalam, and they employ at least more than 60% of the workforce. So that's why we felt that there's a need for the MSME to expand their business to be more international. So in January 2021, Brunei Darussalam has launched the Brunei Economic Blueprint. One of the main aspiration is, as you can see from the one that I highlighted. The third one is to ensure the economy is open and globally connected. So this is one of the aspiration of the Brunei Economic Blueprint. Of course, there are quite a number of policies that has or currently or will be, conducted to ensure that the MSME will be able to go out to compete internationally. One of the key driver for this is Darussalam Enterprise. This was mentioned in one of the presenter just now from UE. So these are the main center in Brunei that help the MSME to prepare themselves to improve their capacity and capability before they can go abroad. All right, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, these are some of the issues that we felt that most MSME face. Of course, in terms of capability of the local MSMEs, in terms of their HR, their skills, managerial skills, technology know-how, as well as R&D, research and development are quite lacking for our MSME, and also their innovation innovativeness, right? Another thing is, as you know, that Brunei Darussalam is quite small, and then, you know, we weren't able to produce the volume required for the international market. And there's also issue on the quality of the product and then certification, international certification and so on. But of course, some of these problem will be is actually currently being thought of, and then there Darussalam Enterprise is they have one unit that assists the MSME to apply for this international certification. And another thing, another important point is that most of our raw materials are imported, so it basically increased the cost of production. The logistic are quite high, the cost, and manpower is also quite high as compared to other ASEAN country. Yeah? And of course, another issue is in the international market access. As I said, that is the Darussalam Enterprise. They have a unit, what we call it as international market access, where they will help the SME to prepare themselves and then to identify the international market that they can actually go to through networking. So can we go to the next slide, the recommendation? Okay, these are some of the recommendation. I'll just summarize it. All right. The first one is enhancing capability and capacity of MSME for Brunei. Of course, we have the DARE, we have K-Hub, we have quite a number of program for the MSME. Improvement in transportation and logistic infrastructure. And another thing is on the enhancing the global linkages. I guess one thing is that we need for Brunei, we need to improve the Brunei Trade Across Border Index, which was quite low in the previous years. And another important thing will be to consider is the ASEAN MSME network portal. That will be important. That will be good for us to have that for ASEAN MSME. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Masairul Masri from University of Brunei Darussalam. He was highlighted issues for the lack of human resources, the volume, and also the quality of the product and high cost production, as well as in intervention of market access. I think 5 countries and other countries also have the similar issues, but the recommendation are interesting because there are many kind of recommendation from 5 other countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Masairul Masri. Ladies and gentlemen, long discussion with 5 presenters and 8 presenters and 5 representatives was very fruitful. But let me and Professor Aditya sum up from the material. Professor Aditya, are you with us?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me, Ibu Nisfu?
Yes, yes. Professor Aditya, 5 speaker. The summary of 5 speaker will read by you.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, thank you. If we listen to the Assistant Professor Dr. Chayanun, Prince Songkla University, he emphasized on the most visited tourist destinations, like in his case is Phuket, which contributes significantly to the local and national economics in Thailand. More attention need to be taken into account because it affects greatly negatively to the MSME. And no quarantine for the international vaccinated travelers. And innovative package is needed to attract more tourists. So these are the key messages that he has been delivering just now. Next. From Prof. Dr. Nunu Luin from Yangon University of Economics, she mentioned that the MSME is a major contributor to the country's economy and the backbone for the economic growth. So policy measures such as supporting agency and digitalization is very much needed in her country. Next. Ms. Kusuma Anjani, Business Development and Innovative Director, PT Mustika Ratu. She stressed on the importance of combining tech, science, multidiscipline, MSMEs. This can create products that have benefit not only for the MSME, but also for society among these current situations of pandemic. Next. from Mr. Kiwi Aliwarga, CEO UMG Myanmar and President Commissioner of UMG ID Lab. Technology is important to support MSME, particularly post-pandemic. Just now we listened that he support very much on the technology for the agricultures and also for the wristwatch. So the technology which is often used during pandemic will continue to be used for the post-pandemic era. Next. Last is Ms. Colin Rex, Global Trade Professional Alliance Victorian Government. She said that about the codes, HS code, and the code is important for the product classifications for the MSME. Harmonization of coding quality are easily identified. So these are my the five first presenters. So the remaining three is maybe you can read, Dr. Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Professor Raditya. And the summary of the other three speakers is next. From Mr. Amam Sukriyanto, Director of Small and Medium Enterprise, BRI Indonesia. BRI has significant role to recover MSMEs through several programs, such as branchless banking service, BRI Link Agent, and KUR, Super Micro under Government Guaranteed, which provide lower credit risk and better yield. As part of a national recovery, BRI focuses on, next, salah, on the credit portfolio, I think. And then Mr. Sunar Basuki, Director of Institutional and Planning, PNM Indonesia. It was very important to promote financing-based communities such as Mekar with underprivileged women, but has potential skill, and like also ULAM, which is focuses on individual lending, which has productive business. PNM Mekar has very rapid business growth with more than 9.5 million active customers, which lead to become the biggest community-based lending in the world. Next. Last but not least, we have Dr. Talisa Aulia Falianti, Assistant for Presidential Special Staff of Indonesia. ASEAN must enhance harmonization of SME policy in the areas of entrepreneurship, human capital and skill development, technology and innovation, internationalizing MSMEs, and financial access as well. Also need to anticipate several barriers which may raise hurdle for e-commerce growth, such as the law of technology infrastructure, legal and regulatory framework that fail to provide full protection to consumer and business to online threats, piracy, and also the sale of counterfeit goods. So that ASEAN need to develop clear framework on e-commerce and also anticipating the implication of RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, clausula about MSMEs. Information sharing among the parties also need to be upgraded. I think that's all for the summary of the 8 speaker. Now, we move to the presentation online survey result by Dr. Usman from University Technology Malaysia. Dr. Usman, you are with us? 5 minutes for you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nisful from University Erlangga. I'm represent from Dr. Uthman. I'm Sahrul. Yeah, thank you. I'm Sahrul Rahmatul Ajija from Universitas Erlangga, and our team is Prof. Aiko, Dr. Talisa, Dr. Uman, me, and also Dr. Nisful Laila and Dr. Asania Hendratmi from Universitas Erlangga. Okay, thank you for all the participants and also the respondents. Until 11 EM Indonesia time, we got 116 respondents who fill up this survey. Okay, the type of business we got, most of them are culinary, and then fashion, health products. Okay, next slide. Okay, we also asked about 8 indicators of SME, ASEAN SME Policy Index. The first question is about the productivity, technology, and also innovation. We can compare before and after pandemic and the condition of productivity, technology, and innovation. I guess it is the same condition, but the composition who answer the highest, 6 is the highest, is increasing after the pandemic. So, and the second one is environmental policies and SMEs. The condition is also a little bit higher after the pandemic. Okay, and then next slide. Access to finance. This is access to finance. The condition is reduced, is lower before the pandemic, and then the access to market and internationalization it's also a little bit lower than before. Okay, next indicator. Next slide. Yeah, institutional framework. It is also the condition is a little bit lower, and then regulation and tax also a little bit lower, and then okay, next slide. Entrepreneurial education and skills, but this in this condition because after pandemic, surprisingly the condition is a little bit higher, so it is, and also the social enterprise and inclusive of SMEs, and overall we can compare between the two condition before and after the pandemic. Actually the result is not little bit, it's not changing significantly. So it is, but it is only according to the result of this survey, online survey. We have to maybe make sure in the field in order to make answer this question about the ASEAN SME Policy Index itself. Okay, and the next slide. Okay, we also asked about the perception of the respondent about the condition of SME in their country regarding data and ICT connectivity. We can see that the condition is it's quite good in the data and ICT connectivity before and also the after the pandemic condition is not significantly different. Okay, and then next slide. So about the logistic capacity, also quite good. Financial connectivity and data logistic and financial connectivity integration also, it's not significantly different before and after pandemic. And the last question, we also asked them about the what should we do to in order to boost the condition of e-commerce. I just summarized. Some point from the respondent that was first one, we have to increase the public investment, especially in the research and development. We have to boost the securitization, providing training for the SME, improve the internet connection speed, and also, of course, thank you for the committee for this webinar. They also suggest that we have to do webinar for Asian member state. Okay, thank you for your participation about this survey. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Sahrul Rahmatul Azizah from Erlangga University for the research. And now we go to the last but the most important part of this conference. It is implementation plan, and the implementation plan will be presented by Associate Professor Dr. Talisa Aulia Falianti, Assistant to the Presidential Special Staff of Indonesia. Dr. Talisa, 5 minutes is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I talk about the implementation plan, I want to thank again to all of the speakers and also all of the committees, especially also to the government all around ASEAN countries. Yeah, the first is also thanks to Dr. Brian for the support from KSP, and then also thanks for the participant from the business sectors. Yeah, without the business, we cannot be succeeded, and also all other academics, academics representative, of course, in this today event. For the implementation plan, we hope there is also a support from the ASEAN Secretariat, the support from each country ministry, to for all of us to success this implementation plan. Next slide, please. For the implementation plan, the first is for this webinar, we will do like the policy brief, that we could propose to even to all of the government in each countries, and then all to the ASEAN Secretariat also, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to get we hope that our webinar would be useful to develop further in the implementation in the first for the government, and then going to the business and also to the academics. And the implementation number 2 is about serial workshop or webinar or research working group on ASEAN SME policy. We will also propose the ASEAN SME networks and also ASEAN SME certification, like we already discussed before from Prof. Eko, and also ASEAN digital platform. So even, of course, the platform is currently cross-border, but how about the cooperation between platform in each ASEAN members? I think it is very important. Even Mr. Kiwi Aliwarga said that it is like not easy to implement. Nice to say it, but easy to implement. It is always our problems. All of our ASEAN problems are relatively the same. If we see the summarize from each country talking about the problems is SME, actually we have relatively similar problems. And one of the problems is usually about the harmonization. So this is our proposal, that we have like the sharing each other. And there's also a special workshop supporting by working group on the issue of competition policy for SME in e-commerce and also in fintech issue, in financial issues. Not only cross-border trade, but also cross-border financing. Like Miss Pool has already asked PNM, whether PNM could finance the other countries member. Why not? Is it if there will be a potential opportunity? I think we should develop on that. But of course, this should be research first, the implication and how about the preparation, for example. But I think it is valuable for us to do the workshop for discuss these two important issues, and also about the developing MSME databases. We know that the data is very, very important. Many good policies cannot be successful without accurate data. So how ASEAN could develop a good database together? We can share each other how to do this one. For some priority sectors, for example, we could start from some priority sector in ASEAN, for example, because in the COVID-19, we should also see that the data is very, very important. For example, the genomic data for the vaccine successful and also the treatment successful. So the data very important. How ASEAN could synergize together to develop the database, but of course with the framework of the legal about the access to data, the privacy still also should be still on our list. And then also about the developing, like Prof. Eko proposed about the developing ASEAN SME consortium or network development to strengthen the internationalization of MSME, and also the regular SME product exhibition and SME information sharing, as well as SME capacity building. So how SME could adjust with this new pandemic, how to do R&D, how to solve the problem, like the problem center for problem solving solution. We hope there are some forum in ASEAN that could share each other about how to solve the problem, how the lesson learned from the successful practices in other countries, how we could collaborate more. I think collaboration is very good for us. Competition with fair competition and good collaboration. How we could implement this one and can solve some bottlenecks in ASEAN countries. I think it's all, and we hope there are many support from all of the government of ASEAN and also the ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN University networks, to implement this because we know that in ASEAN, SME is very, very important. So we hope there is will be what ASA Blueprint has been promoted. It will be achieved in the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talisa. It was very nice implementation plan. And ladies and gentlemen, with the end of presentation of implementation plan, it means we are at the end of this webinar. Again, thank you very much for all respected speakers and all audience for the participation. We do hope that our MSMEs in ASEAN could be stronger and going more global with collaboration and strong network between the countries. Again, thank you very much. I'm Ms. Laila, and I pass on to our MC, Ms. Brita. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nisful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the end of our event. Today, we have achieved our three objectives, which are to discuss strategy and method to strengthening internationalization of MSMEs in Southeast Asia. We have discussed implementation plan of strategy and method, as well as establishing an ASEAN network consortium to strengthen internationalization of MSMEs. On behalf of ITTP COVID-19, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, moderators, webinar speakers, and all the audience for your participation in this event. Before we wrap up, we will have a photo session. Operator? Operator? Okay.
Hello, yes, can we turn on all the camera, but I still can the operator not sharing the screen so that I can view all the speakers monitor? Yeah.
Yes.
Wait a second. Okay. So can everyone turn on the camera? I still have see some of us. Professor Iko, are you there? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So all right, I count from 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, I got one screenshot. Let me paste first. Another slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got another one. And I think it will be the last one because 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's all for the photo.
Thank you, operator. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to request everyone to take around 10 minutes to fill the online survey form that have been prepared and shared in the chat box throughout this event. Once again, thank you for your attendance, and the committee will communicate with those who are interested in joining the consortium.
Thank
Ladies
you. Thank
and
you very
gentlemen,
much, everyone.
you can also reach us by
Thank
accessing
you,
our
everyone.
website at webinar2.ittpcovid19.net or by scanning the QR code provided on the screen. It has been an honor for me to be among such accomplished individuals. I'm Prita Masalia, resigning as your MC today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see you on the consortium this August.
Thank you, Prita.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. All the
Thank
leaders.
you,
Thank you very
sir.
much for
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Ya. Oke, terima kasih semuanya.
Thank you, Prof. Eko. Thank you, everyone.
Ya. So, terus boleh tidur ya.
Boleh pamit ya, ini sudah ya. Bye, see you on
Oke.
Makasih Dr. Nisful.
Terima kasih, Dr.
Ya.
semuanya.
Terima kasih Prof. Eko. Mas kasih Mas
Mungkin,
Amir,
ya.
Mas Bu Yati, sama panitia.
Mungkin panitia mungkin yang mau diskusi kita diskusikan dulu.
Enggak berapa episode lagi.
Thank you all, the organizing committee. Well done.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Brian, for the
Thank you,
help.
doctors.
For the time help.
Prof. Eko very detailed. Thank you.
Ya, welcome.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Oh, it's still live on YouTube. Maybe the live on YouTube would be closed. Yeah.
Tapi prediksi Dr. Brian dengan Dr. Nipsul betul ya?
YouTube-nya masih live. Can someone
Yeah,
stop
off first. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
offline. YouTube-nya diindikan dulu.
Oh, it's still live on YouTube.
Yeah, can someone
recordingnya stop aja.
the recording on YouTube, please?
What ya? YouTube or YouTube only?
Both off.
Both recording.